សូមអញ្ជើញអង្គុយចុះ
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the witness. Soundmate. Before we continue listening to the witness, I would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to question this witness. You have 30 minutes. The President, the co-prosecutor, can you pause for a moment? Alam Wagner, you may proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry to be on my feet. Just to report very briefly, following the observation from the defense yesterday that for next week they may have some issue with one of our civil party, E2/50, and I told Your Honors yesterday that we would give some new materials for inspection for the defense, and we did. And so I just want to report that the defense was able to see this material, and again a motion will be filed on Thursday, hopefully, with all the materials for all the parties. Thank you.
The President, I notice the presence of the lawyer. You may proceed. The President, the civil party council, you may proceed, so that we would not lose time in hearing the testimony of this witness.
Mr. Snapros. Mr. President, I would just like to intervene here so that we can save time later. With regard to the research that we've been able to conduct in the files of our civil parties, we are processing some documents, but at this point we can indicate today that we are waiving the hearing of E282, and we hope to be able to provide the documents for E281, and we hope to have these documents before tomorrow. If that is not the case, we will indicate that we are waiving our right to have this civil party heard by the court. Lastly, we have taken cognizance of the court decision in relation to the protection of civil party E289. We offer no challenge, nor does the civil party, who has agreed to appear normally. I am indicating this so that the file can be processed and sent to the defense as soon as possible. These are my submissions for this morning. Thank you.
President, the Civil Party Council for Group 3, can you state again the purpose of your submission regarding the civil parties that you are representing, and which civil party statements that you wish the chamber to examine, or what you have submitted is the information for the chamber only?
Mr. President, I was just making this observation so as to help the planning for the day of the 17th, on which date we are going to examine the modalities for the hearing of the civil parties. So, in order to deal with the problem of the Chamber's planning, I was saying that we are no longer going to call a civil party E282, and that we are processing the documents that we should have today or tomorrow, and this pertains to civil party E281. If we do not obtain the documents, we are indicating that we will not ask for this civil party to be called. If we do have the documents, then we shall maintain our request for the party to be heard. So this is a matter of hours. Under normal circumstances, the documents should be available when needed.
The President, Judge Laverne, you may proceed.
Judge Laverne, just to clarify, you say that you are giving up the hearing of one civil party, and that if you do not have enough documents to provide to the court, you may do the same for the second civil party. Perhaps it would be better if you were to tell us whether this waiver is a complete withdrawal of the civil party application, or it is just a waiver of the hearing, because they are not the same thing, especially with regard to the defense. Ms. Trus-Naprus, this pertains solely to the hearing of the civil party.
The President. Now I would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to this witness. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Salmate. My first question to you. Yesterday you described about the tortures committed in the detention facility at S21 while you were guarding outside at those special prisons. Did you ever witness the torture act where a prisoner was stripped off and water was poured on the prisoner and a fan was used to cool down the water? Response. As I said, whatever I said, it was all true. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. In your interview with the co-investigating judges, you mentioned the vicious torture where a prisoner was stripped of clothes and water was poured and a fan was used to cool the water. So you still stand by your statement? Response: yes, it was true. I do not fabricate it. Second question, says the co-prosecutor. When you worked as the guard at S21, did you ever participate in training where you were taught about the rules or how to protect and how to avoid the prisoners from escaping and various other measures? Response: yes, of course, there were trainings, livelihood meetings, and the group chief and the unit chief would give us instruction, the disciplines, and to not allow the prisoners escape or not to be given in to the prisoners, and not to the prisoners to conduct any activities or to let them die or to go freely anywhere. The discipline was very strict at the time. Question: with the President's leave, I would like to show a document P000025 on the screen. The President, the AV officer, can you show the document with the set ERN number? Co-prosecutor, Mr. Sammet, this is a drawing by Van Nat, who was a former S1 prisoner. Yesterday, you responded to Judge Lavange that you witnessed the torture by using ribbon sticks, by using electrical shock and nail pullings. Can you tell the chamber now regarding the tortures as you mentioned yesterday, whether you witnessed those tortures as shown on this drawing? Response: at that time, the torture which was done at the place where I guarded was different from the place where the nails were pulled. Because at that location, when the prisoners were taken out to be interrogated and when they came back, I saw the sign of nails which had been pulled. But at my locations, nails were not pulled and the water was not poured on the prisoner. Thank you, says co-prosecutor. And what about the using of a needle to insert under the nail? Did you witness that? Response: at that time, I did not witness it personally. I saw a prisoner was being walked to be detained at the location where I guarded. Question: when you were transferred to Preso, what about your unit, the unit which instructed you and transferred you to Preso, prohibited you from saying anything about the activities at Preso, at S21? Correct the interpreter. Response: when I was assigned to go there, I was not instructed on anything regarding the saying about the S21 activity. I was told that, comrade, you prepare your own belonging and now you are transferred to go and work at Preso. That was all. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Upon your arrival at that location, can you tell the chamber the structure of administration at that location? Response. Upon my arrival, I was inserted into a unit working in the rice fields. So there was nothing strange besides digging canals or building dams. And the food that we received was not sufficient. And the working condition was hard. We worked more hours at that location, and the discipline was strict. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Also, at that location, what were you regarded as? Were you regarded as in the medium category or serious category or light category? Response. It was my understanding at that time that upon when I was sent to that location, I was not yet categorized into any of these levels. The concern was that my brother was arrested and detained at S21. And as I reported earlier, only Hui, who told me about the arrest of my brother, as first he asked whether I had a brother named Sao Meng and where he lived. And I told him accordingly. From what I knew, he lived at the airfield in Kampong Chnang. Then he told me that he was arrested and asked me to be silent and not to break this news, otherwise I would have been arrested. And from the understanding of what he said, I had to keep it secret. That is all. Thank you, Mr. Samet. I do not have any more questions for you. And I would like now to give the floor to my international colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Sommet. I am one more prosecutor like my friend who are assisting this court in searching for the truth about what happened in S21. I thank you, in fact, we thank you for your truthfulness that you have demonstrated when you gave an interview to the investigators of the investigating judges yesterday, and when you were taken by the investigating judges to S21 during reconstruction. I am just, for the purposes of the learned judges here, trying to confirm what you spoke to the investigators of the investigating judges so that the judges and the public have a clear idea of what happened at S21 and a complete record of history is maintained. So I will not ask many questions, but just for your confirmation about what you have already told various bodies like the investigators of this court. During your interview with the investigators in November, just about 2 years ago, you told them about how interrogation took place. And these were your words, and I would just request you to confirm for us this is what your understanding of the interrogations was. Sometimes, Toi interrogated, and if he was unclear, then Duch came in and asked the prisoner, "Are you going to talk to us or not?" Do you think this is what happened?
Response. Whatever statement I've made in my interview is truthful. I did not fabricate anything, and maybe I could not even recall more details regarding those accounts, because it has been so many years already, so everything was true.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sommet. I am not meaning at all that you are fabricating anything. I'm just trying to record for this court exactly what you told the investigators. So when these judges decide at the time of their judgment, they have the full truth before them. And I will just read to you, and you can say the same thing, whether you agree to what you said to the investigators. The prisoners would answer, I have already reported everything to you, brother. There is nothing else to report. Then Duch would kick the prisoner once or twice and say, soon you will know. A moment later, they would come up and threaten and beat the prisoner so that the prisoner would answer. I just would request you to tell the court that this is indeed what you told the investigators.
Response. At that time, I told the investigators of the co-investigating judge's office, and it is true.
And one last thing, and then I'll be done with, just for your confirmation. You told the investigators if Duch did not go anywhere, he would come to the prisoner's side almost daily. Can you just confirm that for us, please?
Response. At that time, I did make my statement, but probably it was a little bit excessive. Actually, he did not come on a daily basis, so I apologize for this minor mistake.
So how often do you think he came?
Response. At that time, if he wanted to grasp the understanding of the case, he would come. Or when he was available, he would just walk through and inspecting the prisoners' rooms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sommet. And I'll just recall a statement that you gave about 3 years ago to the investigators of the Documentation Center for Cambodia. I will not read that statement to you, but just extract one sentence from there and request for you to confirm that sentence. You told the investigators of the Documentation Center for Cambodia, this was in January 2003, that many foreigners, including Americans, were burned on the road west to S21. Do you recall that happening?
Response. At that time, there was a guard who spoke about it, and I overheard it, but I myself did not witness it. That is all.
Did that guard tell you that he saw the burning of the foreigners?
Response. He did not tell me personally, but he told the people who worked with the record keeping and the documents, and I overheard it.
Thank you very much for that clarification and for your, once again, your truthfulness. Now I will ask you 3 or 4 questions about the people who were imprisoned, whom you were entrusted to guard. There is evidence before this court that they were made to write very long confessions. Did you see them doing that with pen and paper in their rooms when you guarded them?
Response: Yes, I did.
Were you also told that these people were very important people and that special care should be taken to protect them?
Response: The chief of the team and told us that the prisoners were important people and that we had to take special care.
Did Duch also tell you such kind of a thing?
Response: No, he didn't. But the chiefs of our team told us about this. I believe that these kind of instructions or advice could have been passed down from him to the chiefs of our team.
Do you remember any prominent figure or any names of persons that you guarded or your colleagues guarded in that special prison?
Response: No, I don't. Because at that time we were not allowed to know this even among our guards.
You were chosen for this very important task of guarding special prisoners. Do you think you were chosen for some special quality that you had over and above other guards who were guarding ordinary prisoners?
Response: I don't know what special quality I had, but I was assigned by the superior, and illiterate people would be assigned to a different section, while people who would be able to read and write would be assigned to guard the prisoners.
Just one or two last questions about your interaction with Duch, the accused here. You saw him very regularly. What kind of a figure was he for the guards in S21?
Response: I cannot tell anything about his characteristic back then.
Did the guards and even your superiors fear him? Were they afraid that if they did anything that annoyed him, they may be punished?
Response: Of course, I was afraid of him. At the messenger unit, which consisted of about 50 people, after all, only 4 to 5 people remained. The rest disappeared gradually, and we could not see their faces during meal times any longer, so I started to fear him.
How was he when he talked to the guards? Was he smiling? Was he arrogant?
ម្នាក់មានអំណាច
Response. I think he did not talk to guards in an arrogant manner at all. Sometimes he smiled, sometimes he laughed.
Did you see anybody higher than Duch in S21, and especially coming to the prisoners, the special prisoners whom you were guarding?
Response. No, I didn't. I didn't see any persons higher than him who came to the location. I saw only him, Chan, and Ho, no other people.
This means for the 2 years that you were guarding, you saw Duch in control of S21 and always in charge, and everybody else fearing him. Is that a correct assessment?
ធ្វើការកន្លែងនោះគឺសុទ្ធតែភ័យខ្លាចគាត់ទាំងអស់តើនិយាយអញ្ចឹងត្រូវដែរឬទេ
បាទត្រូវមែន
Response. Yes, it is correct.
And you may not have heard it, and you can tell us if that is not the case, but did ever Duch in any political meeting or at any other time that you heard him say that if anything wrong happened at S21, he will be punished by his superiors?
គាត់នឹងត្រូវទទួលទោសពីថ្នាក់លើរបស់គាត់តើធ្លាប់ឮគាត់និយាយបែបនោះដែរឬទេ
Response. No, I did not hear that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have no further questions to this witness. And thank you, Mr. Sommeth, for your truthfulness and for your forthrightness.
ដែលលោកបានព្យាយាមឆ្លើយនៅសំណួរទាំងអស់ដែលខ្ញុំបានសួរ
The President. Next, we would like to give the floor to the civil parties lawyers to be able to put questions to this witness. You take the floor. Tisrina. Mr. President, Your Honors, I would like to indicate the time allocation for the civil party lawyers today. We have two groups now. The first group begins with in the first group I will put questions first, and the third group will put questions later. I have a couple of questions. My name is Tisrina, a civil party lawyer of group 1, and Mr. Alan Huekner, who is my co-colleague. Mr. Summit, good morning. I would like to seek clarification from you in relation to the statement you made on the 28th of November 2007 with ERN 00163653 in Khmer. In English, 00163663. Before the co-investigating judges, you responded that according to what you remember during the time you were on guard at each room, whether you heard any screaming from the detainees, and you said that you heard detainees cried for help and begged that the interrogators stop beating them, and that they did not want them to beat them. Do you stand by your statement? Response: I do stand by my statement that I made before the co-investigating judges. May I also seek another point of clarification, say Tisrina? You were asked whether you had observed that detainees in each room received torture, and you said that everyone was tortured and they had been inflicted serious tortures, and when the guards saw detainees being interrogated, they themselves, the guards, were terrified also. Do you stand by your statement that the guards were also frightened by the practice of tortures? Response: I do stand by my statement and I don't ever change it. Tisrina, next question. Yesterday you indicated in relation to Duch, you said that one day Duch used a stick to beat on the detainee on the back until he was bleeding. And then Duch used other instruments of tortures, including the electric wire to attach to his earlobes to electroshock the detainee until he passed out, and when he regained consciousness, then Duch re-interrogated him. So, do you believe that Duch was such a cruel person like what you said in your statement? Can you describe his character? Response: what I have said earlier is true, and in such interrogation, violence could not be avoided. Tisrina, I just would like you to tell us about the personality of Duch. Was he an arrogant, a cruel person, or just a normal individual? Response: Duch, who was the interrogator, was not a usual person. As an interrogator, he was very cruel. Tisrina, do you know whether Duch had any relationship with Duch, the accused? Response: interrogators and Duch relationship is not known to me. Tisrina, while Duch inflicted tortures on the detainees, do you know that Duch was satisfied with such acts? Response: I have no idea. Tisrina, I may proceed with another question. In your statement of your interview with the DC camp on the 31st of January 2002 with ERN number 0051666 in Khmer, in English 00337636. In that document, you gave the interview to the staff member of DC camp, and you were asked whether you gave food or rice to the detainee, or whether you knew them And you said you only met your chief, who was the chief of the platoon, no, the battalion, correction. And you said that he was the chief of battalion, and the chief of battalion 703, and I was his former messenger. And when I witnessed such thing, I was in dismay. I was afraid I would be trapped in the same situation when network was to be discovered. My question is, what happened to P when he was arrested and sent to S21? Response: at that time I forgot, but now with this kind of refreshness, and I can recall that P was the chief of my unit, Unit 303, and it was during the war time, 74-75, and I saw him under the wooden house, and then I left because I was afraid that I would be implicated because of my association with my chief. And then when he was, I believe that when he was tortured or interrogated, it would implicate me, and I think I remember this memory. Question: do you remember any staff from 703 who worked at S21? Response: there were people from 703 to work at S21 because the messenger unit consisted of all people from 703, and they were mixed up with the people from the west and from Kampong Chnang, but actually these people had already been working in the unit before we came. Tisrina, do you know that the majority of staff members from Division 703 were smashed at S21? Response: I know that a lot of people from 703 were smashed, but we only learned from one another. We did not witness the execution because the chief of the unit would tell us that people from 703 have already been taken in and taken out. Tisrina, do you know how many people from 703 were executed? Response: no, I don't know, because I did not fully observe the numbers of people who were killed. Question: when you were told that all people from 703 have already been brought in, did you seek any clarification from the person who told you about this? Why people from 703 were all arrested? Response: no, I did not seek any clarification from my colleague because it was the rule at the location that we were not allowed to communicate with one another. Tisrina, yesterday you indicated in the hearing that there was a small incident in relation to the staff member of S21 who left a scarf near the window, and then he left, and that the detainee took the advantage of the opportunity to grab that scarf to attempt suicide, but then you was quick to be there, and that the attempt was failed, and that you try to help conceal the secrecy in order to avoid any prosecution on that guard. Did you say that? Response: Of course I did. Yes. Tisrina, did you intend to help the guard? Response: Yes, I did. Because if I did not help to hide these incidents, that guard could have been jailed or could have been refashioned or re-educated. Tisrina, I would like to ask a question in relation to Hui. This morning you said something about Hui. Was it true that Hui helped you when he sent you to the rice fields? Response: Yes, it is true. If Hui did not help me, I would be in big trouble already. Tisrina, in relation to your work at S21, to what extent were you given the authority to operate within the vicinity of S21? The response: Could you please repeat your question? I don't understand it. Tisrina, thank you. I will try my best to simplify the question. Regarding the power or authority you can exercise at S21, did the upper echelon or your superior delegate any kind of power to you to operate to the extent at S21? Response: No power or authority was ever be delegated to me, and I was only assigned and functioned to guard the detainees, and that's all. Tisrina, I would like to move back a little bit, and I would like to apologize for skipping one question. I would like to also seek clarification regarding the help of Hui, who tried to help you by sending you to work at Presor. At that time, Hui could help you, of course. But was it possible to help the other people in general at S21 at that time? For example, by way of sending you to the field, as an example, as what Hui did to you. Response: Hui helped me with that, but I did not know whether it was possible for him to help the other. But of course he did help me. Tisrina, next question. I would like to put further question in relation to your rights of communication to the superior. Did you have the right to meet directly with superior or upper echelon and to contact with them? Response: At that time, I was only delegated some kind of functions or tasks and I was instructed by my chief of the team, that's all, not from the other superiors. Tisrina, what kind of information could you obtain, or did you have the right to obtain from your chief of the unit? Were you able to receive or access to information in relation to politics or the armed conflicts? Response. At that time, I'm not sure whether I obtained any information regarding these matters, or I had the right to do so. I think I didn't. Tisrina, now I'm talking about the freedom of movement. At that time, you said you saw the accused wandering in the vicinity of the location. So can you please tell the court whether during that time, when you worked as the staff of S21, what was your freedom of movement and what was the freedom of the accused of movement? Response. At that time, honestly, when Duch came, whether I was on guard or off duty, I saw him. Because how could I not see him? Because I was working there. Tisrina, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would like to ask about your rights of movement to walk within the S21 and move about elsewhere as opposed to the rights of movement of the accused. Response. The accused freedoms of movement was not known to me, but I am sure that I was very well disciplined and I could not move about easily, and I was not allowed to do so, and I could only move back to the kitchen and the place where I worked. Tisrina, thank you very much, Mr. Salmaid. On behalf of the civil party lawyers and the civil party, we are very grateful to your assistance. Mr. President, Civil Party Lawyers Group 3, you take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Fabienne Trusna-Prous. Hello, good morning, Mr. Sommet. I am Fabienne Trus. I am the lawyer for Civil Parties Group number 3. I only have a few questions to put to you. You spoke to us about the conditions which for you were extremely harsh, conditions for prisoners who were in the special unit which you were guarding. But the question that I would like to ask you is, do you know what the conditions were for the other prisoners who were in the other buildings?
Response. I did not know what happened to the other people in other buildings.
Ms. Trusna-Prous, did you not discuss this with the other guards?
Response. No, I didn't. Because the discipline was very strict. When we were supposed to guard the detainees, then our duty was to guard the detainee, not anything else.
Telle était notre fonction, notre responsabilité, et on ne faisait rien d'autre.
Merci, Monsieur Sammet. Vous avez,
Mr.
par ailleurs,
Thank you, Mr. Sammet.
indiqué aussi
You
dans votre
also
proposition,
said in your
que
statement
le responsable
that
des
Duch
entrées et des
was
sorties
responsible
personnelles des
for
prisonniers.
the prisoners' entry and exit.
Alors que vous ne saviez pas véritablement
You knew
quelles
this,
étaient ses fonctions. C'est ce que
although
vous
you
avez
did not know exactly what his duties were. This is what you stated. So how could you know this?
Response. I knew it
Je le savais
because of the group chief or the team's chief during the meetings. During the meetings, we were told the planning was coming from Brother Duch through Ho, Hoi, and Sri, and then to us.
de Hoi, Hui et Srey. Et ensuite, ces informations nous arrivaient.
Vous avez aussi indiqué
Ms. Napos,
que vous avez
you also
assisté
stated
à des scènes de torture
that you witnessed
pendant votre garde.
torture because when you were on guard,
Une lucarne, ce qui se
you
passait
looked through the skylight
dans
and
les
saw
cellules.
what was going on in the
Vous êtes
cells.
notamment une des personnes qui avait
You are
donné
also
des
one of the people who provided information
pas été donné par d'autres gardiens, notamment.
not provided by other guards.
Notamment sur, certaines
This is in particular with regard to some forms of torture inflicted on the prisoners, such as using electric shocks on the genitals. Can you confirm this statement? And can you give us further detail as to what you saw when you witnessed these scenes? Could you also tell us on how many occasions you were able to see what was going on?
Response. I would like to clearly state that what I saw and knew was true, and I did witness it at the time, and now I don't want to repeat what I already said.
Mr. Napos, thank you. You have confirmed this once more. It is important in my view. You are the only one who has provided some of these clarifications. Now I would like to put to you a more personal question. What did you feel when you learned that your brother had been arrested?
Response. Upon hearing the news that my brother was arrested, my feeling, of course, was not stable. I was anxious, and I did not focus much on my work at the time. But Hoi advised me to be strong and not to say anything, and that he would try to help me by concealing that information. That was all.
Je vous remercie.
Ms. Trusnaprose, thank you.
Je voudrais maintenant venir sur Pressar.
I would now like to turn to Pressar.
Si des prisonniers pendant
Do you
que vous
know,
étiez à Pressar,
whilst you were at
ont été
Pressar,
libérés?
whether there were prisoners freed there?
Response. When I went to stay at Preso, it was difficult for me to clearly see which location was for the prisoners or which were the prisons itself, because my main focus at the time was to work in the rice fields.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur
Ms.
Sommet. Je n'ai pas
Trusnaprose.
d'autres questions.
Thank you, Mr. Salmet. I have no further questions for you.
The President. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Defense Council if they have questions to be put to this witness. You may proceed. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Salmet, you stated that Hui assisted you, and if Hui were to report about you, then it would be the end of you. Is this correct? Response: that is true. Question: so, regarding the arrest of S-21 staff, if the lower level subordinates, for example, the chiefs of platoons or companies, that did not report to Duch, then Duch would not know about those arrests. Is this correct? Response: it's problematic if the lower level did not report to the subordinate, to the upper level, to Duch, then Duch would not know. During each livelihood meeting, we were criticized, or we had to self-criticize, and based on the results of the criticisms and the qualities, then research would be made and people would be arrested later on. Question: you were a guard. At the rooms where you guarded, did you ever see the display of the 10 rules of the Santebat? Response: I did not know about the Santebat rules. I have forgotten it. It has been so many years already. Of course, there were strict rules regarding walking, standing, sleeping, eating, everything. I just do not know how many of those rules. Question: can you confirm again the 10 Santebat rules that I just said? Were they displayed in the interrogation room or on a wall anywhere? For example, Rule 1, you have to answer straight to the question asked and do not stray from it. Did you ever see such display? Response: at that time, I did not see anything on the wall. I only learned the rules during the meetings, but it was not written on the wall. I'm not sure. Here I talk about myself. It might be displayed somewhere else. Question: the D28-3 in the document 00163563, you told the investigators that the prisoners were beaten to forbidden to confess, and if they did not confess, they would be beaten to death. Is this true? Response. My statement was true. Thank you. Question. Did you ever see an interrogator torture a prisoner to death? Response. The interrogator did not beat a prisoner to death. Once the interrogation was complete, the prisoner would be taken out. Of course, they were tortured during the interrogation, but they were not dead. Question. So, your statement before the investigators that if a prisoner did not confess, that prisoner would be beaten or tortured to death. And now you clearly state to the chamber that during the interrogation, a prisoner was not beaten to death. So are you standing by your statement you just made before this chamber or the statement before the investigators? Response. At that time, I made a statement to the investigators and I stand by my statement. That was the opportunity for me to speak, and now I don't think I have that same opportunity before this chamber. Question. So you do not stand by the statement you just made before this chamber, and you stood by the statement before the investigators. D28-3 with the EAN 0016353660. A prisoner was received the electric shock and became unconscious. But if a prisoner was beaten, then that prisoner would not become unconscious. Can you explain to us the difference? Response. I would like to tell you clearly that when a rattan stick was used, that a prisoner was never unconscious. But if a prisoner received electric shock, that prisoner would become unconscious. That is all. Question. You worked at S21. Did you know the S21 medics? If so, were there any female medics or child medics at S21? Response. Regarding the medics, I only knew 3. And he was male, of course, and he frequently came to the special prison. I did not see any female or child medic. There might be those child or female medics inside the compound. Question. You guarded S21. Did you ever see Duch killed any prisoner with his own hands? Response. I never saw him kill anyone. Thank you for your statement that you never saw Duch killed anyone. At S21, did you know if there were any senior leaders above Duch and issued orders to Duch? Response. When I was just an ordinary combatant, I would not know anything about the senior people above Duch. I guarded the prisoner inside the room, and I would not know anything about any senior people above Duch or their visits. I only saw Duch and Chan at that office. Question. You were a guard. Did you ever receive any direct order from Duch?
Reçu d'instructions directement de Duch.
Response. My duty was not directly ordered or assigned by Duch. It was assigned by my team chief during that period. Thank you for saying that you never received direct order from Duch. At that time, I mean at the time that you stood guard at S21, were you satisfied with your guard duty? Response. I would like to tell you clearly that in my mind, I was not satisfied with my work at all because people were arrested and killed. So inside my mind, that was the truth. But outside, I would not display this feeling, otherwise I would be arrested. Thank you for saying that you was not satisfied with your guard duty at S21, as the rest of the other guards previously testified before this chamber. Now, do you regret your guard duty as you did at S21? Response. People who used to stay together and work together, of course, there was a regret, because we could not understand if there was any reason for their arrest and detention. If it is my understanding that they would not, they should not be arrested, it's like using a cow or an ox and then killed that cow or ox. Thank you for saying that you was not satisfied with your duty at S21. My next question is, if you were not satisfied with your work at S21, why did you not attempt to escape? Response. Fleeing? Where you want me to flee? Outside there were walls. Inside there were walls. Where do you want me to flee? And if I were to successfully escape, then my parents, my relatives at the native village would be arrested and brought to that prison. They would be killed, that's all. Questions. The staff or the guards who guarded S21, can you tell us whether they were not satisfied with their work and they stayed there because they had nowhere to run to? Response. I could not speak on their behalf because at that time nobody trusted anybody. If we were to trust each other, that would not have happened. Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have any question for this witness, and I would like to give the floor to my international counsel. The President, the International Defense Council, you may proceed.
Conseil international de l'accusé, je vous en prie.
Ms. Canizares. Thank you, Mr. President, but the defense has no further questions for this witness.
The President, the Chamber would like now to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observations regarding this witness testimony if the accused wishes to do so.
S'agissant de l'audition de ce témoin, je vous en prie, monsieur l'accusé.
The accused. Mr. President, I would like to clarify that I have never known this comrade mate. During the confrontation arranged by the co-investigating judges, I knew Mate was a younger brother of Comrade Main due to the physical appearance, and that he was a member of the S-21 staff, a member of the special force working outside. And when I saw the face of Mate, I was shocked and regretful that Main and his wife Poon, who died at S-21, and that I had a pity on Mate, who was demoted from a guard at S-21 and was later transferred to work in the rice fields. That was my feeling for Comrade Mate. Second point, regarding the testimony of this Comrade Mate, in general it is true. However, the point that I went to torture a prisoner at those locations, I would not deny it, but I would like to make the point straight. In my role as the chairman of S-21 and the serious crimes to my understanding, that is, the political indoctrinations that I provided to those people, for example, the 18th February 1976 document that I brought in the city resistant forces and then eliminated their existing views and indoctrinated them with the views I got from that document. So with the view of the criminal intent of the CPK, and that I had to give them instructions that anyone who was arrested by the party had to be considered the enemy, and that was the most serious crimes that I committed, and that I am responsible for then more than 10,000 lives lost at S-21. In addition to my acknowledgement, I also wrote what I thought, and that I wrote those documents to my superior, and of course those documents were written by me. And that was my crime on the people who were not yet decided to be arrested by ONCA, and I was the one who initiated. So these are the two focal points that I would like to raise. Thirdly, all the crimes committed at S-21, regardless of form of torture used, and regardless whether the special force used or transported the prisoners to be executed somewhere else, they had to do it because of my instructions. So I do not deny all these crimes, I accept them. However, in whatever unit and in whatever society, each person fulfilled his or her task based on the assignment. A guard had to fulfill the guard duty and could not do the interrogation job. And likewise, the interrogator could not split his time to carry the guard duty. And in the role of the leadership of S-21, I could not spare my time to involve with those interrogations, even if I wanted to do so. And that is the general principle. I do not deny that the allegations that it was a serious crime that I was alleged to beat a prisoner during an interrogation. Of course, I went to the interrogation location when Brother Mom Knight received his duty to summarize the confessions that I worked on. So I went to that location and he reserved a chair for me. And at that time, Chao Seng was detained there, and every couple of months I went there to visit him. At Pon's location, from my recollection, I went there on 2 occasions. After the interrogation of Po Tuan, who was an engineer from Kampong Thom, after the interrogation was completed and I saw the scars and marks on his body, and Pon requested me to meet him. And why Khieu Samphan respectfully paid his great deal of respect and attitude to Pol Pot. Pon told me that Khieu Samphan was a person living in a room and fear of Pol Pot. So Toi Phuen did not give me any reason for that, but instead he describes the process. So that was the first time I went to the interrogation room of Comrade Pon. On the second time, when Pon interrogated an Englishman who came with a New Zealander, that British, I could not recall his name. So that Briton came along with a New Zealander, and Pon told me that he was very humble and he behaved like a Cambodian. And the New Zealander, Amil, was there, and when I went to see him, yes, he was humble and docile. So that was the second occasion I went to visit Pon's place. I never went to Tui's place. Of course, I was aware of what was going on, and I knew that Tui used violence on the prisoners. But I did not simply react to anything happening at S21. I think I went once to Tui's location when a secretary from Duch district was arrested, named Chao Van, alias Kham. This Chao Van person was a former resistant. He was 2 or 3 years older than me. He was from the Dam Pains era. He was a friend of Sơn Visot, alias Nikon, the younger brother of Son Saint. And when Chao Van was arrested, my superior telephoned me from afar to play politics with Chao Van in order for him to confess. So I agreed to do so. And from my recollection, Chao Van even wrote that I went to meet him and that he was waiting for me in his confession. But I don't want to talk about his confession before this chamber now, but I believed it was mentioned in his confession. Also, this Kham, Chao Van alias Kham was the revolutionary name of Pain. So Dam Kon was also a friend of Dam Pain, and they all used the same alias Kham. So I believed I went once to Tui's location, but in general I did not go. With the President's leave, I would like a document to be protected. That is the Tui's record with the EAN 00077153 on the document regarding myself and Tui's. The President, the AV officer, can you protect the document with the EAN 00077153 on the screen?
The President, the court official is now instructed to check with the AV unit whether the document can be projected. The accused, Mr. President, I would like to read. This is the comment I advised Toi. I said this special group, including Pon, who was the first person. He did not write Comrade Pon, but he used Brother Pon instead. So this is how I assigned the task, and I did not go there. That's why after the complaint of Toi, then I asked Pon to help. At any occasion, brothers from the upper went to the location, and the situation was chaotic. It was because of the concept to serve the mass, the workers and the peasants, and that our standpoint was not yet strong, and I don't want to continue anyway. This document is the document of S21, and it clarifies that I did not go there, but I helped try to strengthen the spirit of Toi. But Toi still was embedded with another concept that he relied on Pon or me. So I would like the AV unit also to be instructed to roll down to another page, which is page 514, just the next page, of course. Just scroll down a little bit. The second reason, so there were 7 points. So on the second, the 7th line, second reason, and we lost the direction to serve the people. So every time he saw the upper echelon or superior came to the location, he just relied too much on them. So this is how Toi worked. And I know for sure of how Sao Made expressed in his statement about the cruelty, about the tortures Toi would use on the detainees, but I did not go there to Toi's place. And this is the document to prove that I did not go there. Although this is a document as an evidence to prove that I did not visit the location of Toi, and I accept and I acknowledge that Sao Made was the combatant and who had suffered a great deal as a guard in the special unit, and who later on was sent to S21 for re-education, and his brother Ming was arrested and executed, and I really share the suffering and express my condolences to his family. The President, the hearing of the testimony of Mr. Sao Made comes to an end. The Chamber is very grateful to Mr. Sao Made for your attendance to give your testimony before the Chamber, the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia as scheduled. The Chamber note how very difficult this has been for you. It is very difficult because you have faced several questions put by the parties who have the right to put questions to you during such proceedings. And the questions have already been put to you, and as you already indicated in the session, that your testimony is not as fresh as it would have been before the Office of Co-Investigating Judges. However, the Chamber has noted that you have doing your best to respond to all the questions put to you as needed. The Chamber has no further questions to be put to you, and we would like to let you go back home. The court official is now instructed to make any necessary arrangements and consult with the VESU unit to make sure that Mr. Salmet is well taken back to his home safe and sound. Since it is now time to take adjournment, we'll take the adjournment now and resume at 5 to 11. The greffier, all rise. The President, please be seated. The Chamber is now back in session. For our next proceedings, we will have the greffier read out the testimonies or statements of those witnesses who are not summoned by the Chamber. Those statements are made before the investigators of the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges. The greffier Duch Paris, you are now instructed to read the records of interview of Mo Si Tim. The document number is D28/8, and next would be D54. The greffier, document D28/8. This is the written record of interview of the witness Mo Si Tim, born in 1957. The record was made on the 30 November 2007 by the investigators of the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges of the Extraordinary Chamber in the Courts of Cambodia. Question answered.
Question. Please speak about your family prior to 75. Response. My family was well off and we had enough to eat. Question. What were the reasons that led you to join the revolution? Response. After 17 April, I was still a child. I did not know yet how to put my pants on right. They had me carry rice at wheelchair. Then I joined the children's unit. 2 months later, the district secretary during the revolutionary era named Uong took me to the district for 2 nights and took me to Sala Lake Pram for 2 nights. They took us in 6 Chinese tracks. The one who took us was Chan Sam Rang. After reaching Phnom Penh, they had me raise pigs at Bang Tumpun for about 5 months until the end of 75. Next, they had me go to Bang Trobek, where I cut trees, worked in the rice fields in the dry season, planted vegetables, and studied the Khmer language. I studied and trained at Duch in 76. I studied military strategy and planted vegetables. I don't remember the name of the ones who taught me. I studied for 8 months. I studied disassembling weapons, throwing grenades, and mine detecting. Then the course ended. I don't remember who came for the closing ceremony. Next, I went to Preso to build a dam and grow turnips. I don't remember who my leader was. I was there for 3 months. Next, I studied medicine for 3 months. I studied in front of the movie theater near Psa Thmai. Dam was the instructor. Question. Did you ever see Duch come to watch? Response. No. Question. How did you study medicine? Response. We studied reading medication labels and medication to be injected. Question. Do you know the names of those who studied with you? Response. There was a certain Prum Sok, a medic. After 79, he became an aide of Duch. Now he is at Kabal Chai. His place of birth is here. Question. Do you know if any other of the medics are still alive? Response. There is one named Don. Now at Plong Popok sub-district, Samaki Minjay district. He is crippled and had 1 leg missing. Question. Aside from him? Response. There was the medic 3, a jam. He was an ordinary medic like myself. Now he is still alive in Kampong Trolai district, west of Thnol Teng. Medics 2 and 3, who were chairmen, were imprisoned for 2 days when the Vietnamese came. But I don't know if Hu is still alive. Question. And then, after studying medicine? Response. They had me go to Duch to study making medication and stamping out pills. The one who assigned me to go there was Dam, and Dam was under the command of Duch. I studied there for 8 to 9 months in 77. Dam was the instructor. Question. Did you see Duch or the senior leaders come to watch? Response. No. Question. And after those 8 months? Response. Next, I served the prisoners at Duch until 79. I did not know the one who took me there. There were 15 of us, including the chairman and deputy chairman. There was another one who was a medic with me, named Tha, but I do not know if he is dead or alive. Question: do you know the reason they arrested Tree? Response: I do not know the reason. As for Hu, the chairman of the medical team, ordinarily he was the person who issued medicine for me to dispense further. The medical unit where I worked was in front of S21. Question: the prisoners you treated, what condition were they in? Response: after they had been interrogated, some prisoners had open wounds on their backs and some had their nails pulled out. I had to treat them if they were important people. The interrogator would bring them to me for treatment. The interrogator would tell me, "Comrade, you must treat this one because I have not yet finished interrogating him." During treatment, sometimes I saw prisoners die. One, or two, or three in a day. And I was the one who buried them along the buildings outside the prison walls. Question: did you ever go to treat prisoners outside the walls of S21? Response: I treated the battalion chairman and their wives. Question: did you ever go to treat prisoners while they were being interrogated? Response: never. The majority were placed on stretchers and brought right to the site. Question: did you ever treat prisoners whose blood had been drawn? Response: I just treated patients in the 3 buildings. I never went outside. Question: was there any sign that blood was being taken? Response: I treated patients whose blood had been drawn. There were people whose blood had been drawn because the medic who was with my team told me. The prisoners whose blood had been drawn were pale. I saw about 30 to 40 prisoners whose blood had been taken. Question: where did they take the blood? Response: I do not know. But I saw bad blood bags thrown away near the concrete house I lived in. Question: did Duch ever come to look at the place where you treated patients? Response: I never saw him. I only saw him during afternoon meals. Question: did you know Duch was the prison chairman? Response: Duch was the chairman supervising the entire unit, including the medic 3 and the medic Ho as well. Question: did you ever meet Duch at the place you studied and did self-criticism? Response: I never saw him. Only the chairman of the platoons and companies gave instructions and the medical chairman. The medical chairman and the medical team met once weekly. Question. Did you ever know the chairman of the defense team? Response. Ho was the chairman of the defense team. There was an interrogation team, but I did not know the team chairman. As for the arrest team, I did not know them. I just saw the vehicles come. Question. Did you ever treat Vietnamese? Response. I never treated any. I never even saw any. But as for Chinese, yes. Question. During treatment, did you see children or pregnant women? Response. For the prisoners with wives and children, they were not shackled. They were placed in a large cell with the door tightly shut. Question. During treatment, did you ever see Duch come to give orders? Response. I never saw Duch come to give orders. Question. Did you ever treat anyone who had been in the countryside with you or who had worked alongside you? Response. Yes. They were arrested just 2 or 3 days before 79, but I never treated them. Question. Did you ever see prisoners whose blood had been drawn and who died for lack of timely treatment? Response. I do not know, because that was a different specialty. Question. Through giving treatment, what types of torture did you see? Response. I just saw prisoners who had been interrogated using electric shocks. I knew this since the prisoners had told me. I gave them medication, vitamins 12 and vitamin B. Questioned. Did you think the medication and treatment were effective? Response. In general, they were ineffective. But if it was diarrhea, some of that could be dealt with. Question. Why do you think the Khmer Rouge did not have you use French medication? Response. Because most of the French medication that remained had expired, and there was never any new medication coming in. Question. During which period did you treat the greatest amount of prisoners? Response. During the war, before the Yun attacked and came in. Question. Was there anything else unusual which I did not ask about? Response. There was nothing unusual. I provided treatment and had to provide them the treatment so that they would get well. But if they did not get well, they would take me away and kill me. That is what the medical chairman Tri and Hu told me. Question. Did any cadres come to give instructions 2 or 3 days before the Vietnamese came? Response. No one gave instructions to anybody. We just scattered on our own. Question. Which year did you arrive back home? Response. Nearly 1 year later. It was the transplanting season when I arrived. One copy of the written statement was provided to this witness. The interview was completed. And after it was read out aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign or place his thumbprint. Document D54. This is the written record of confrontation done before the co-investigating judges of the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia, dated 29 February 2008 at 9:20 a.m. With the presence of defense counsel Mr. Ka Savut and Mr. Francois Roux, the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch, the witness Hum Hoi, Prak Khon, Suh Thi, Kung Pai, Mom Nai, Van Nat, Mok Si Tim, Sao Met, who were sworn in pursuant to the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia. Confrontation. Questions by co-investigating judges. Did you witness the mass execution scenes in January 1979? Witnesses Suh Thi, Prak Khon, Hum Hoi, Sao Met, Mok Si Tim, and Mom Nai. We were not aware of them. Question by co-investigating judge Marcel Lemong to witness Mok Si Tim. Do you confirm your statements on 30 November 2007 regarding the drawing of blood? Response by Mok Si Tim. I was a medic at S21 and I treated the sick. I did not personally observe any blood drawing, but I saw prisoners whose blood had just been drawn and who were very pale. I also saw unused blood bags under the staircase. Questions by the co-investigating judge Marcel Lemong. Mr. Suh Thi, do you still stand by your statement made on the 18th October 2007 regarding the drawing of blood of the victims whose names were included in the list to be smashed? Response: Suh Thi. I confirmed my statements. Response by the charged person. First, I would like to ask a question to Mok Si Tim. How many blood bags did he see? Response by Mok Si Tim. Maybe 30 or 40 bags, but I do not remember exactly. Question by Alex Bates. Does the charged person contest Prak Khon's statement made on the 25th of September 2007, which stated that blood was taken to be sent to 17 April Hospital and Monivong Hospital? Response by the charged person. If that sort of blood taking was carried out, I do not think that blood bags were sent to Monivong Hospital, which was the Division 703 Hospital, or through the 17 April Hospital, the state hospital, since S21 had its own hospital 98, which was under Son Sen's control. Response by witness Prak Khon. The doctors who practiced the drawing of blood gave me the information. They told me they were sent to 17 April Hospital and Moribong Hospital. Response by witness Moksitim. I did not know of blood bags being sent to hospital. After having been read aloud and heard, the charged persons, the witnesses, and the civil parties had no objections and agreed to sign. The President, after hearing the written record of interviews and confrontations of the witness Moksitim, do the co-prosecutors want to have any observations to make regarding the statements of this witness Moksitim? Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. The prosecution has no observations to make regarding the statements of this witness. The President, the civil party council, do you have any observation to make regarding the two statements read by the greffier?
The civil party lawyers have no observation, Your Honor. Thank you.
The President, the Defense Counsel, do you have any observations to make regarding the statements read by the greffier? Kasavut, thank you, Mr. President. Regarding the statements, I observed that the medic at S21 and at Moksitim, who was a medic at S21 too, he confirmed clearly that there were 6 medics only at S21 and they were all male. And this is the observation by the Defense Counsel. The President, the International Defense Council, do you have any observation to make in addition to the one made by your colleague?
Ms. Canizares, I have no extra observations to make in relation to the one that was made by my colleague. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, the Chamber now gives the opportunity to the accused to make his observations regarding the statements of the witness Moksitim. If you have any comments or observations to make, you may proceed. The accused, Mr. President, I would like to separate my observations into 2 parts. First, regarding the crime of drawing of blood at S21. This crime, as I clearly stated to the Chamber already, the person who issued order was my superior, Son Sen, and it was carried out since S21 was under the supervision of NAD. However, it became more frequent during my chairmanship, and we already questioned regarding the total number of the prisoners whose blood had been drawn during the testimony by Prakon. And I said the total number of the prisoners whose blood had been drawn totaled to about 100. And regarding the spoiled blood, as mentioned by Moxie Tim, surprised me. There were 30 to 40 bags of blood. I did not know the reason for the spoil of those blood. Besides that, I do not have anything to say regarding the blood drawing. And the second part, whether Moxie Tim was actually a member of S21, I am still undecided. It's hard for me to believe his statements, to let me believe that he was a member of S21, because his statement is confusing. He stated that he was born in 1957, and after the 17 April 75, he did not know how to put his pants on. So it's contradicting. And for the youths I requested from Kampong Chnang, there were only 40 to 50 of them. There were not up to 100 or so. And the third point, he only knew a few people around him. For the actual people from Kampong Chnang, they would know each other, but he did not know any of them or some other staff at S21. So in conclusion, I am still undecided to acknowledge that Moxie Tim was a member at S21. Regarding the medic tree, as mentioned by Moxie Tim, he was not a chairman of the medical unit. He was a cham from Kampong Cham. And the other three was a former 703 division person. He lived at Ang Prek Toch in Koh Thum. And this is my observation, Mr. President.
Voilà, je vais m'arrêter là pour ce qui est de mes observations.
The President. Next, Mrs. Sakolwati, the greffier of the trial chamber, is now instructed to read the written record of the interview of witness Tai Teng, document with D28/12. And the interrogators would be substituted with the term question, and the short form of the names of the responder should be also replaced by response, so that it is more convenient for the parties to the proceedings to be able to understand the document. The greffier, document D28/12. This is a written record of the interview of Tai Teng, revolutionary named T Teng, born in 1958. This record was done on the 17th of January 2008 at 10:50 a.m. by the investigator of the co-investigating judge's office. Question and answer. Question. Please briefly describe your personal history. Before 1970, at which school did you study? After the 1970 coup, what did you do? Response. When I was young, I studied at Koh Sach Chunlia Primary School in Chong Koh Village, Duch Sub-District, Saang District, Kandal Province. I studied up to grade 11, and when I stopped, I stayed with my parents. In 1973, I joined the Khmer Rouge Army as my cousin Uk Tam had introduced me. I was in the unit for 12 years old in Division 12 with the duties to carry rice sacks to supply the front battlefield on National Road 2 near Kandal Stung District. Question. What did you do after the 17th of April 1975? In which unit were you? Response. After the 17th April 1975, they had me work in the rice field near O Back Arm. At that time, I was in Battalion 31 of Division 12. After that, they had me stay at Chak Ong Rai and farm rice at Prek Somraung, at Bang Tumpun, and later at Stung Prek Thnaut. Around early 1978, they sent me to work at S21, and the chairman of the company, Nang, was the person who sent me there. Question. What duties did they have you do at S21? What is the name of the chairman of S21? Response. They had me guard the outside of the S21 detention office, and I was stationed on the east side, about 200 to 300 meters from the prison buildings. The chairman of my team named Him Hoi. The chairman of S21 was Duch, and the deputy was Ho. Question. Can you explain the routines of your guard duties? Response. During the day, they had me farm rice west of the Prek Chirei Pagoda near Prey Saw. At night, they had us guard in 2-hour shifts until morning. During the day, other teams were on guard duty. My team stayed in a house east of Suez Canal. Question. Did Hoi often hold meetings? What kind of meetings were they? Response. Once in a while, they held an instructional meeting. They instructed us to be vigilant and to guard prisoners, not to let them escape. The team chairman was Liu, who lived with me, was named Tree. Question. Besides the guard duty there, did the team chairman assign you to do any other duties? Response. Besides guard duty and rice farming, he did not assign me to do any other work. Response. Question. Did you ever see trucks going in and coming out of Tuol Sleng prison? Response. I saw trucks which were completely covered, coming in and going out. Later on, I learned that those trucks carried prisoners. The incoming trucks transported prisoners to the detention office. The outgoing trucks transported prisoners, but I did not know where the prisoners were transported to. Question. Did you hear that they took people to be killed? Response. I knew that they helped people in prison and later took them to be killed, but I did not know where they killed them. Question. Did you ever see them arrest people and send them there? Response. I did not know where they arrested people. I just saw them transport them inside. Question. At S21, were there any arrests of personnel and cadres? Response. I knew that there were arrests of people working there. I cannot remember the names, but there was no arrest in my team. Question. Did you ever see Duch? Response. I saw him walk in. Sometimes he drove a motorbike, but I did not know where he went to or where he came from. Question. Were you ever reassigned to work in other units? Response. I was transferred to farm rice at Presa because I was implicated as my cousin Uk Tam, who was the chairman of the regiment in Division 703, was arrested. Uk Savan and Uk Sarun, who both were his siblings and were medics at the hospital, were subsequently arrested. I got information about Uk Tam's arrest in a political education meeting where Duch announced. Question. Did you know that they took people to be killed at Kaing Guek? Did you know how they killed them? Response. I knew that they took people to be killed at Kaing Guek because I learned it from my team's members. But I did not know how they tortured or killed them. Question. While you were guarding S21, which teams sent people to be killed at Kaing Guek? Response. I did not know. Although I worked at S21, the duties were assigned differently. Question. Did you know about the torture on prisoners? What kind of tortures were there? Response. I heard prisoners scream out of pain at the houses outside the prison compound where they interrogated prisoners, and while I was watering vegetables. I only knew that the prisoners were beaten and that other prisoners received electrical shocks. That's all I know. Question. Did you ever see them walk prisoners to be interrogated? What condition were the prisoners in? Response. I saw them walk prisoners with their hands handcuffed to their backs, and they were blindfolded. After the interrogation, I saw them bring the prisoners back, but I did not know if the prisoners had wounds or not, since I saw them from a distance and only through quick glimpses. Question. Do you know the names of interrogators? Response. I don't know because they were in a separate unit. Question. Did they ever hold a general meeting for the entire office? Response. No, only section meetings. Question. What did they have you do at Presa? What types of people were sent there? And how many? Response. At Presa, they had us farm rice, build dikes, and dig canals. People who lived there were allegedly involved in moral issues and political dissent, as their relatives were Lon soldiers, for instance. That place was a tempering site. There were about 200 people in total living there, both men and women. They were divided into groups of 20 to 25. Question: who was the chairman of Presa? Response: Hui was the chairman of Presa. Question: what were the work routines over there? Response: in the morning, I worked from dawn till 12 noon and stopped for lunch. After lunch, I continued working until 5 or 6 in the afternoon. After dinner, they held instructional meetings for each group, educating us to try and work hard. At night, it was strictly guarded. They did not have us work at night because they were afraid we would escape. Question: what was the food ration? How many meals per day? Response: the food was insufficient. Rice was mixed with banana stems and papaya stems. There were 2 meals per day, at noon and in the evening. Sometimes we had gruel for 1 meal and rice for another. Question: was there any torture inflicted on the people at Presa? Response: no, but they blamed those whose work was slow and the sick for being lazy, and they just threatened them. That's all. Question: how long did you live at Presa? Until Phnom Penh fell. Response: for about 2 months. Then Phnom Penh was liberated in 1979. One copy of the written statement was provided to this witness. After it was read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign or place his thumbprint. The President, the greffier is now instructed to read the second record, D50/3. The greffier, document D50/3. This is the written record of the interview of witness Tai Teng, revolutionary name D. Teng, born in 1958. This record was done on the 19th of February 2008 at 10 a.m. by the investigator of the co-investigating Judge's Office of the Extraordinary Chambers in the Courts of Cambodia. Question and answer. Question: during which year did they send you from S21 to go to stay at Kaing Guek? How many people were sent with you and what were their jobs? Response: I don't remember the year clearly. It was probably about 1978. They sent 10 people at that time. There was no one else at Kaing Guek, just my team. At that time, they had my team dig pits. Each pit was a square of 3 meters on each side and about 2 meters deep. The pits were dug during the daytime, dug manually with hoes and baskets to carry the dirt. Question: who instructed you, your team, to dig the pits? Response: Hui instructed the digging of those pits. Only after we had instructions to dig did my team begin to do it. Sometimes they told us to dig 2 or 3 pits in a period of 3 or 4 days. Each pit could be completely dug in about 2 or 3 days, depending on the condition of the ground, soft or hard. Question. Please describe the transport of prisoners from S-21 to Kaing Guek. What did they do to them before they killed them? Response. From what I saw, they transported prisoners from S-21 with Srim as the driver and with Hui and his team coming along in the trucks each time. The transport was at night, at about 7 o'clock. There were about 20 prisoners in each truck. When they arrived, they let the prisoners down from the trucks and put them in a room in a wooden house which had an electric generator inside. Next, they let the prisoners one at a time to be killed at the pits, which were about 100 meters from their house. The team that led the prisoners to be killed was composed of Sarum and 2 or 3 others whose names I did not know. The team came along with the trucks that had transported the prisoners. As for me and my team, we gathered and we counted the prisoners as they were brought in and taken to be killed. Question. Were the prisoners brought to Kaing Guek handcuffed and blindfolded? Response. The prisoners were handcuffed and blindfolded since they left to Slang. Question. Can you please describe the killing methods which you saw at that time? Response. First, they sat about 1 meter from the edge of the pit. They had 2 or 3 sit beside one another and they used a water pipe to strike the base of their necks. When the prisoners fell over, they removed the handcuffs. Then they also used knives to finish killing them. But I don't know if they cut open their bellies or cut their throats. I just saw that after the killings, they took away palm leaf blades stained with blood to wash clean. They used 2 kerosene lanterns near the pits for lights. Question. Did the prisoners ever scream when they were being killed? Response. When they killed prisoners, my team was on guard in the rear, about 100 meters away, defending against prisoners fleeing and escaping. I never heard prisoners scream. I just heard the sounds of the falling blows. Pooh, pooh. Question. Your function was to be responsible for counting the prisoners before they were taken to be killed. In order to know that the prisoners had actually died, you would have to be nearby to know that, would you not? Can you clarify this point? When they took the prisoners from the house, I stood at the door and counted the number of prisoners at that time. After they had been killed, they had my team haul the dirt back to cover up the pits. Question. When your team covered the pits, did you see that those who had been killed had their throats cut or their bellies cut open? Response. I did not see clearly because it was at night time, but I could see blood at the edges of the pits. Question. How many bodies were in each pit? And each time your team covered them, what was the highest number of pits used? Response. Each pit had more than 10 bodies, and the highest number of pits was 3. Each time they killed, ordinarily there were just 1 or 2 pits. Question. Were there children and women among the prisoners killed at Kaing Guek? Response. There were no children, just men and women. Question. Can you explain how in one pit there were only scalps of children? Response. I do not know. I never saw child prisoners come there. Question. At that time, were there any prisoners of war, Thai, Vietnamese, and other foreigners? Response. There were none. There were only Cambodians. Question. Did you ever see Duch at Kaing Guek? Response. No, I never saw him. I knew he was responsible for S21, but I did not know him clearly. Even he had gone to Kaing Guek, I would not have recognized him. Question. Did you ever know anyone named Ho? Response. Yes. I knew him because he went to Kaing Guek twice. Question. When he went to Kaing Guek, did he give you instructions? Response. He never spoke or gave instructions directly to me. He came to talk with Hoi, and Hoi gave me instructions in turn and said to be vigilant in guarding. Question. Aside from Hoi and Ho, did any other leaders come to Kaing Guek? Response. No, never. Question. How many times a month did they transport prisoners to Kaing Guek? Response. It varied, sometimes 2 or 3 times a month. Question. Were you and your team stationed at Kaing Guek until the fall of Phnom Penh or what? Response. No, I was moved to Presa 2 months prior to 7 of January 1979, before the day Phnom Penh fell. Question. Did you ever see him, Hoi, personally kill prisoners? And were you ever there when that happened? How do you understand this? Response. No, I never saw that. Question. But him, Hoi, said that he killed prisoners at Kaing Guek. Response. No, I don't know about that. But if him, Hoi, said that, that was up to him. As for me, I do not know. I swear that I am telling only the truth. Question. What was him, Hoi's attitude when you saw him? Response. He was fairly mean. He spoke loudly. When he spoke, it was frightening. We feared him, but he was not a vicious person. Question. Can you estimate the total number of grave pits at Kaing Guek? Response. At estimate, there were only about 20 to 30 pits. I cannot remember clearly, and that was not recorded. Question. When you first arrived at Kaing Guek, did you recognize any freshly dug pits there? Dug before you had arrived. Response: I never saw any fresh grave pits from before. There were only 2 or 3 Chinese graves remaining from earlier times. Question: had that place been a burial site before? Response: I don't know, but I saw just 3 graves near one another. Question: among those in the team who lived with you at Kaing Guek, can you remember their names? And where are they living? Response: I can only remember one, Chun. Aside from him, I have forgotten them all. I don't know even Chun is dead or alive, and I don't know what district he lived in. Question: what were your feelings while you lived at Kaing Guek? Response: while I was there, I was seriously worried. I did not understand what would happen to me in the future. At that time, it was impossible not to obey them. It could be compared to living with tigers. Question: among the prisoners killed at Kaing Guek, did you ever encounter anyone you had known from before? Response: I never met anyone I knew. The original or a copy of the written statement was provided to this witness. This interview was completed and read out. The witness had no objections and agreed to sign. The President, after having heard the statements read out by the greffier in relation to the statement of Toi Teng, both documents D28/12 and D50/3, do the co-prosecutors wish to make any observation in relation to the statements?
Co-prosecutor. The prosecution does not have any observations or comments to be made regarding these 2 statements. The President and the Civil Party Council, do you have any observations to make regarding the content of the 2 statements of witness of Toi Teng as read out by the greffier? Hong Kom Soon. Thank you, Mr. President. I have some observations regarding the 2 statements. It is noted that the statement of Toi Teng is clear that he was a staff member of S21, that he has heard, has seen and knew regarding the prisoners who were seriously tortured before they were executed. And particularly he and his team was sent to work at the killing fields at Kaing Guek, and that he dug pits and buried the dead bodies. Also, he knew the method of the execution of those prisoners. So these testimonies are clear that the torture and execution existed, as stated in his statement. Thank you. The Defense Counsel, says the President, do you have any observations to make regarding the statements, 2 statements as read out by the greffier? Thank you, Mr. President. I agree to the observations made by Mr. Hong Kom Soon that this witness clearly stated in his statements. Particularly, this witness also provided additional information that he said he never saw the accused present at Kaing Guek. The chamber would like now to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observations regarding the testimony of the witness Toi Teng as read out by the graphier. I noticed the presence of the International Co-Prosecutor. You may proceed.
Your Honours, I don't wish to intervene, but just for your consideration, my learned friends on the defense may be requested to clearly indicate whether they do not oppose the reading of this statement and not calling the witness in this court. I am requesting this, Your Honour, in light of Rule 84.1 of the internal rules, which clearly says that the accused has an absolute right to summon a witness whom he did not have an opportunity to examine during the pretrial stage. In the light of this Rule 84.1, I'd request Your Honours may clearly request an observation from the defense that they do not oppose not calling this witness in the court. This is my respectful submission. Thank you.
President, I do not really understand your submission, Mr. International Co-Prosecutor. Can you state again and make it understandable, especially to make the chairman of this chamber understand the intention of your submission, and you shall provide us the grounds and the decisions for not summoning the witness, and that decision relies solely on the discretion of the chamber.
Your Honours, I apologize if there was a lack of clarity in my submission. My submission is this. I am not questioning, with greatest respect, Your Honours' decision not to call this witness in the court. Because Your Honours are entertaining observations from the parties, I am most respectfully requesting this chamber to seek an observation from the defense that they do not oppose the calling of this witness in the court. I am requesting that in the light of Rule 84.1, Your Honour. Rule 84.1, if I may have the permission to read, says that the accused shall have the absolute right to summon a witness against him whom the accused had no opportunity to examine during the pretrial stage. Now, clearly, the accused did not have an opportunity to examine this witness at the pretrial stage. The accused is being asked to make an observation about this witness. Our only respectful submission is, for the purposes of clarity of record and for the purposes that there is no subsequent challenge under 84.1, the accused may be made to observe that he does not oppose the calling of this witness, not calling this witness in the court. I hope I have clarified. I shall be able to assist my Your Honours if there is still lack of clarity in my observations.
The President, Judge Laverne, you may proceed.
Judge Laverne, thank you, Mr. President. I believe that this question has already been brought up upon several occasions. This is the first time during the trial management meeting when we spoke about the compilation of the witness list and then we said that we were considering taking out a certain number of witnesses from the list, among whom the witness whose statement was just read out. And upon that occasion, the defense clearly stated that it agreed to not have the witness appear in court. This does not mean that it did not refuse to make observations about the statement. And again, these past days we brought up this question. It was, I believe, last week, and we again had confirmation from the defense that it indeed indeed decided not to bring the witness to the chamber. So I do not really understand what is the exact meaning of the submission presented by the co-prosecutors today. If there is indeed a waiving here, of course this should be done in accordance with the rules, but I cannot imagine that these rules were disregarded by the defense counsel.
Your Honors, with that clarification, I have no further objection. Thank you.
The President, the Chamber rejects the observations made by the International Co-Prosecutor, and this is the decision of the observation of the Defense Counsel, and they did not object the statements or the decision made by the Chamber not to summon the witness Toite to present before this Chamber. And the Defense Counsel already made their observation regarding the statements of these witnesses. The accused is now given an opportunity to make his observation on the statements and content of the witness Toite as read out by the graphier. You take the floor. The accused, Mr. President, before 7th January 1979, I never knew the face of Toite. When I met him, it was when the co-investigating judges sent me to Duch for the reconstruction, and that was the time I knew Camrat Teng was a cousin of Camrat Taim and Sarun. These two were in the regiments, and after their cousins were arrested, Toite was sent from the special force to station at Duch. From my recollections, there were 4 of them, and they were responsible for digging the pits and bury the pits and guard the ground. Therefore, Toite was indeed a member of S21 staff. I do not deny this. And the content of his statements, I agreed in principle. This is my observation, Mr. President. The President, now it is time for lunch break. The Chamber will break for lunch, and it will resume this afternoon starting from 1:30 p.m. The scheduling for this afternoon proceedings is to continue reading the statements of the witnesses who are decided by the Chamber not to provide testimony before this Chamber. Security guards, take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 1:30 p.m. The hearing is adjourned. All rise, says the greffier.
L'audience est levée. Mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous, dit la greffière.
The President, please be seated.
Le Président, mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous asseoir.
The chamber is now back in session.
Nous reprenons l'audience.
Next, the greffier Duch Sapari is instructed to read the statement
Au greffier, Monsieur Duch Perry,
of Psalm All, with is the 78/6.
barre de fraction 6.
Greffier, the document the 78/6.
Barre de fraction 6.
I notice the presence of the international co-prosecutor. You may proceed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il me semble
Mr.
que
Desmal.
figurait
Thank you,
également
Mr.
sur le
President.
programme la lecture des documents
I think that there was also a plan to read the
D52
document D48-1 and D58 concerning Tai Deng. It does not appear to me that these documents were read out.
Est-ce que ces documents vont être lus plus tard?
Will these documents be read later,
Qui concerne Mi Peng Kri?
especially with regard to these paragraphs containing Li Pengki? I would like the Chamber's enlightenment on this matter.
President, the chamber has already informed the parties and the public of the proceedings of reading the statements of the witnesses, whom the chamber has decided not to summons to appear before the chamber yesterday. And that also includes the statements to be read by the greffier, that is the records of interviews, the written records of confrontation, which shall be the last statement to be read for a particular witness. So it is clear in the information, as I have informed all the parties to the proceedings and the public as a whole yesterday morning.
Au cours de l'audience hier matin.
The President, Mr. Duch Perry, you may continue. document D78/6. This is the written record of interview of the witness Sam Samol with the revolutionary name Phun Som, born in 1957. This written record was made on the 1st April 2008 at 3:15 p.m. by the investigators of the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges of the Extraordinary Chambers in the Courts of Cambodia. Questioned, when did you find out about tool slang? How? And at that time, what was your position? Response, I was a messenger of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs starting from 1976. The messenger team leader was named Vươn. I do not know whether he is dead or alive at the present time. I was able to find out about the Office S21 because my chief Vươn, who asked me to take a letter with the following words on the back to Comrade Duch, chief of Office S21. Duch house was located outside the office fence, in front of a tall residence popularly known as Srong. I gave the letter to Duch personally. Chen and Tan registered the letter as received, as well as the letter number. Next, I carried a small letter on which Duch wrote, "Have received letter number." I never took letters from Office S21 to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I found out that Chen was the one who brought letters and documents to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Such documents were brought by a CL motorcycle. The documents were more than 20 centimeters high. Sometimes there were few and sometimes there were many. Occasionally, when I asked Chen, he replies that he brought such documents for uncle to review them. Duch asked me not to tell anyone else about bringing him letters. If I did, he would tell Ieng Sari to have me arrested. I saw Chen bringing the documents to him about once per week. Most of them were handwritten documents, which were confessions of prisoners. As far as I know, Chen died on Krobang Mountain in 1979 when he was fighting against the Vietnamese. After that, I found out that staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had subsequently been arrested. A little while before this, in 1976, I knew about S21 because when I was learning how to make films at B1, I saw Peng, who came from S21, arrest people living around me. Question. Could you please tell us about the time you were working at the Vietnamese border? Response. In 1977, I was sent to work at the border for about 2 months. During that period, I saw Ta Lavais and Ta Nat's division invade Vietnamese territory. I also saw the soldiers of that division arrest some Vietnamese soldiers wearing blue uniforms. There were also women and civilians, but most of them were soldiers. There were around 40 people, only a few of whom were women. I knew the persons who took these prisoners of war to office S21 because they were in Chain's team. Their names were Tan, Peng, and Ho. I found out that the soldiers of the division always shot the captives of war during the night time. Only the high-ranking people were exempted. I knew this because I found a telegram and I learned about the orders of the upper echelon through a telegram from Phnom Penh. I knew only that they were upper echelon, but I did not know who they were. Not so long after the order from above, the captives of war were driven to S21. They were driven in a Chinese truck and a Land Rover with signboard saying S21 on the back. Question: did you ever see Duch participating in meetings with the upper echelon? Response: in 1977, I saw Duch participate in a weekly meeting at B1 with Ieng Sari, Pol Pot, Son Sen, Nun Chia, and Tamok. Duch attended meetings with the upper echelon about once a week until 1979. Sometimes Duch only came to see Son Sen or Tamok and chiefs of other zones. I knew this because I was downstairs and the meetings were held upstairs. I always saw Duch holding document folders, which were the same as the documents that Chain brought by motorcycle. They were probably confessions. Question: do you still remember who in the staff of B1 was arrested and taken to office S21? Response: I still remember that Mut and Ruen, whose birthplace was Takeo province, from Division 310, were arrested because their leader had already been arrested. Question: do you think the leader of B1 did not know or did not agree with the arrest of B1 staff? Response: I think that the leader of B1 really knew about it because documents relevant to an arrest were always sent to the leader to get his comments a few days before the arrest was carried out. And there were also some meetings, as I have already mentioned. Question: what did you know regarding Duch's wedding? Response: I attended it. The participants were Son Sen, Nun Chia, and Ieng Thiret. The wedding took place at Duch's home in front of Sra Srong. So I think that Duch was an important person, since there were many high-ranking people who attended his wedding. And I think that they all knew about Office S21 and about Duch's work, because Duch was open about that as well. I did not know about other prisons since I was never allowed to visit my native home. Questioned: based on Duch's work, what did you think about his attitude? Response: I noticed that he was satisfied with his work because whenever I met him, he always smiled and he worked actively. And sometimes he asked me to return to my place early to avoid losing time in a long conversation. I saw that most of the time he rode his CL motorcycle, which he sometimes allowed his messenger to ride, and also he sometimes drove a jeep. One copy of the written record was provided to the witness. After the written record was read out to the witness agreed to sign. The President. Next, Mr. Duch, you are instructed to read a statement of another witness, J. Sopira, and this is just a brief summary of his statement, D83/1. The graph here. Document D83/1. This is the written record of the interview of J. Sopira. J. Sopira is the Deputy Chairman of the Directorate of Museums, responsible for the Tuolslam Museum of Genocide, Crimes, and Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts. In his statement to the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, dated 25th March 2008, document reference number D82/3, he has described how documents, including confessions, films, and photographs, found in the compound of S21 and its surrounding areas have been collected, arranged, and conserved. The President. After the two statements have been read out by the graphier, that is, the statements of Sam All and the summary of the statement of J. Sopira, do the co-prosecutors have any observation to make regarding these two statements? All the parties are reminded that these two documents are separate, but due to its brief appearance, then both of them have been read at the same time. If the co-prosecutors have any comments to make, you take the floor. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. The prosecution does not have any observation to make regarding these two statements. The President, the civil party lawyers, do you have any observations to make regarding these two statements read out by the graphier?
Your Honor, civil party lawyers do not have any comment for this witness. Thank you.
The President, the Defense Counsel, do you have observations to make regarding the content of the two statements as read out by the graphier? Mr. President, the Defense Counsel does not have any observation to make regarding these two documents. The President, the Chamber now gives the opportunity to the accused to make his observations regarding the statements, the two statements as read out by the graphier. You take the floor. The accused, Mr. President, the summary of Mr. J. Sapira, I do not have any comments to make. However, for the witness J. Som, as said by the accused, or some all, or pull some all, I would like to read questions put by the co-investigating judge, Marcel Lemong, to me in the document D47 as follows. Questions by the co-investigating judge, Marcel Lemong. You said you had no relationship with the senior leaders besides Son Sen and Noon Chea, but a witness named Jae Som, who was a former messenger of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who was interviewed by DC Camp with the reference 00, 05, 4752, 2, 0005 4814 in 2002 on the 12th of July that you participated in the gathering with Noon Chea, Son Sen, Ieng Sary, and Khieu Samphan, and a filming crew from China. Is that true? If so, why these senior leaders participated in your wedding? Response. I would like to say that this statement is not correct. Those senior leaders were not present at my wedding on the 20th of December 1975. Also, there was no Chinese filming crew on that day. I did not know why Jae Som mentioned that. I think this person was not a messenger from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was likely that he was a member of S21 staff. I made a written note on this point, and I handed that note to the co-investigating judges as an annex to this record of interview. And I would like to read the written note that I gave to the co-investigating judges. This document's reference is 0016 4353. I would like to read the EN number again, 0016 4353. Second topic, the relationship between S21 and the standing and the Central Committee. On the S21 side, there was only me, Duch, who was the chairman, who could report to the Central Committee. And on the Central Committee, it was only Son Sen, and above him, who was Noon Chea, who constantly supervised S21 regarding the security matter. Second paragraph. Jae Som, I had an impression that he was a member of S21 staff. He was one of the youths that I requested from Kampong Chnang. On my wedding day, there was no Noon Chea, Ieng Sary, Khieu Samphan attending, and there were no Chinese film crew making a movie on the day. Addition, I got married on the 20th of December 1975 at the military office of West Zone at Long Vech based. Rom, my wife, she was the chairwoman of the sewing office in that zone. Number 2, the dignitaries were Sant, the Deputy Secretary of the Vice Military Committee, Ron, a member of the Vice Military Committee, Nat, Chairman, Secretary of S21. 3. The parents of the bride and the groom are my mother, my godmother, and a senior woman, an elder. 4. The guests whom I knew, including Nun Chia, Ieng Sari, Son Sen, Kieu Sampon. They are Brother Mom Nai, S21, Comrade Won, Deputy Chairman of Military Hospital, West Zone, and Put Masivon, and the wife of Su Samet. 5. At that time, there were few black and white photographs, and probably Sriang was the one who took the photos. He was S21 staff. At 17 hours, Nat took me back to Phnom Penh, and Nat called the cadres of the company and platoons to attend in order to make them familiar with Comrade Kun and my wife, because on the wedding day they did not attend, and we had a chicken gruel at house number 2, and that house number 2 was the former house of my Samadhi. And I mentioned that on the sketch of S21 that I drew, and it was ready only at 23 to 24 hours. And even at that time, soon talks to Rome that he was busy, and my requests at the time were true, and I did not even tell anybody. First, I only want the wedding for my couple, because at that time a lot of couples were married. And secondly, I want my mother to stand up and give her best wishes to me and my wife. These wishes were mine. And this was done on the 19th February 2008 through the co-investigating judges. That is my response, Mr. President.
The President. Next, Mrs. Saikolvati is now instructed to read another statement, D48/1 and D52. Only the relevant part of the sections are to be read according to the request by the Defense Counsel, and the trial chamber would like to inform the parties to the proceeding and the public that previously the statements of the witnesses before the co-investigating judges already read, especially document of Mie Peng Kri. Since we experienced some kind of technical glitch that we failed to read the relevant paragraphs, we are now in the process of reading those relevant paragraphs. And the greffier are now instructed to read the paragraphs before the parties are given the opportunity to give their observation in relation to these statements. Please read only the relevant part in relation to the witness Mie Peng Kri. The greffier, document D48/1. This is the record of the reconstruction before the co-investigating judges of the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia on the 26th of February 2008 at 8 a.m. at the genocidal, the killing field of Kaing Guek in Kandal province. Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, and his lawyers, Mr. Kasavut and Mr. Francois Roux, were present. Witness Ms. Ping Kri, Hum Hui, and Chun Paul and Toi Teng were also present. First paragraph. During the call, the charged person stated that he knew only Hum Hui among the four witnesses. Witness Ms. Ping Kri stated that he has never met him but knew him by face. Paragraph 2. Ms. Ping Kri stated that he has returned there once last year for a film with Him Hui. The letter indicated that he had returned to the site several times, including in the 80s at the invitation of journalists and NGOs. Paragraph 3.1. Witness Ms. Ping Kri explained that initially he came to Kaing Guek to deliver wood for building a wooden house. He brought the wood, offloaded it and left. Subsequently, he did the same with prisoners. He used the same road, which is still in place today. It was not paved then and was in a very poor condition, and entered Kaing Guek through the current entrance, and parked his truck close to where the flagpole now stands. He would leave after the guards had received the prisoners. He stated that he came to Kaing Guek only once or twice. The reason is that after having an incident, he fell asleep while driving the truck. The truck rolled near the Wat Slang. There were no prisoners on board. He was sent to Presos at Him Hui's request to work in the rice field, and no longer transported prisoners to Kaing Guek after that. According to him, the vehicles had registration plates, but he no longer remembers the numbers. Paragraph 4. Witness Ms. Ping Kri pointed to the place where the shack was stood and added that it was about 4 meters by 8 meters in size and was 2-story, ground floor and first floor. Paragraph 5.4. Ms. Ping Kri also stated that he did not see any children at Kaing Guek. After the reenactment, all the participants left the site without incident at 12:15 p.m. An audio and video recording of reenactment was prepared, and copies thereof were served to the charged person. The original of the report was written in both Khmer and French and was then translated into English. Document D52. It is the record of confrontation before the co-investigating judges of the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia on the 28th of February 2008 at 9:50 a.m. Mr. Kasabot, Mr. Francois Roux, the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch, witnesses Him Hoi, Tai Teng, Chun Pal, Mieh Peng Kri, who already sworn according to the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia, were all present. The confrontation. Question by the co-investigating judge, Marcel Lemonde. The day before yesterday, you went to Kaing Guek with us for the reconstruction. Do you confirm what you said while you were there? Witness Mieh Peng Kri responds, yes, I confirm. Question. Among the people who were present, who did you know? Answer by witness Mieh Peng Kri, I only know Him Hoi. I do not know Tai Teng, but he might know me because I was driving the trucks. Question. Was it the first time that you came back to Kaing Guek since 1979? Answer by witness Mieh Peng Kri. I have already returned to be filmed. It was at night, and Him Hoi was also present. Question. What was the role of each of you at Kaing Guek? Mieh Peng Kri responds, I was a driver. The first time I went to Kaing Guek, it was to carry wood in order to build a house. Then I transported prisoners in my truck twice. But these did not last because one day I had an accident. There were only 4 persons on board, Him Hoi, 2 guards, and me. And I was assigned to Presa to be re-educated. Regarding arrival conditions at Kaing Guek, the entrance was the same as the current one, but the road was much worse than today. I parked the truck where there is now a flag, and the prisoners were unloaded from the truck to be taken to the wooden house. I show you the location of this house, which I believe was 8 meters long and 4 meters wide, with 2 stories. It was in order to build this house that I carried the wood, but I do not remember the exact date. Him Hoi instructed me to do so. He was my superior, and it was always him who gave me instructions. Question. When we went near the tree said to have been used to execute children, each of you declared that he never witnessed such a scene. Do you maintain this? Answer by witness Mieh Peng Kri. Me neither. Correction. Question. Mr. Mieh Peng Kri, regarding the arrest carried out by S21 personnel outside Phnom Penh, do you confirm that you transported prisoners from Bat Tambong to S21 with Him Hoi? Answer by witness Mieh Peng Kri. Yes, that is correct. The original of the audio-visual recording was sealed before the charged person and his lawyers, and was signed by us, the greffiers, the charged person and his lawyers. A copy of the original audio-visual recording was provided to the charged person. Due to technical reasons, it was not possible to give a copy of the audiovisual recording to each of the persons taking part in the confrontation. And we provided the witnesses and civil parties with a copy of the written record. At 5:05 p.m., we had the greffier read aloud this written record of confrontation as recorded. The written record having been read aloud and heard, the charged person had no objections and agreed to sign. The President, according to the records of the statements of Ms. Peng Kri D28/7 read last week by Madame Saikolvati, and that this is only just a supplementary reading of the records of the confrontation and reenactment in relation to the statement by Ms. Peng Kri. And the statement were made before the co-investigating judges. Do the co-prosecutors wish to make any observations in relation to these three documents that already read out? The co-prosecutor, the prosecution has no observation in relation to the documents read out. The President, the civil party lawyers, would you wish to make any comments in relation to the three documents concerning Ms. Peng Kri? Mr. Hong Kum Soon, thank you, Mr. President. The civil party lawyers do not have any observation. The President, the Defense Counsel, would you wish to make any observation in relation to the statements of Ms. Peng Kri? Mr. Kasawat, thank you, Mr. President. We, the Defense Counsel, do not have any observation either. The President, now it is an opportunity for the accused to make his observation in relation to the substance of the testimony of Ms. Peng Kri, the three documents, the records on the interview and the statement in which the records were made during the reenactment and confrontation. The floor is yours. The accused, Mr. President, first of all, I would like to clarify that before the 17th of January, the 7th of January 1979, I did not know Ms. Peng Kri. I met him at Kaing Guek, and he challenged me why I didn't recognize him. And I observed his attitude and that of Tai Teng. I looked at them from top to toe, and these testimony of the three people were very consistent. Him, Hoi, Tai Teng, and Ms. Peng Kri made very consistent testimony. So I believe that they were staff member of S21 without any denial. So in conclusion, it is my position to accept the testimony of the Ms. Peng Kri. So it is accepted in principle. The President. Next, Mrs. Saikolvati is now instructed to read the record of the interview of witness Ok Bun Seng D78/7
ឯកសារលេខ
The graphic document D78/7. This is the record of the interview of witness Uk Bun Seng, alias Seng, born on the 4th of April 1955. This record was done on the 2nd of April 2008 at 10:05 a.m. by the investigators of the co-investigating judge's office of the extraordinary chambers in the court of Cambodia. Question and answer. Question. Did DC Cam interview you in March 2003? Response. Yes. Question. We will read the entire text of that 14th of March 2003 interview by Mr. Han Suk-jia of DC Cam, summarized a number of points and asked for your confirmation if you still accept all that content. In 1973, you were coerced into becoming a soldier and began military and political training at Wat Chroy Songkai. You said that you were afraid and did not dare participate in the war. In late 1974, they drafted you back into the army, and at that time, you attended a political indoctrination session which discussed internal enemies, traitors, and external enemies, including Vietnam and Thailand. After Phnom Penh was brought under control and the people were evacuated, Phnom Penh city became an uninhabited place, and you entered Phnom Penh with a large group from Sector 25. You lived north of the Independent Monument in an area under the responsibility of Nat, who was chairman of the Division 12. Your initial work was collecting materials like clothing to be placed in warehouses. You were sent to Bang Cheung Aek and went to a place near Prey Saw 2 months later for political indoctrination because you had a bad personal history and had family relatives who had positions in the previous society. You were trained and tempered at Bang Cheung Aek by digging canals and putting up dams. There were 3 teams there. Team 1 was the easy group, Team 2 was the moderately difficult group, and Team 3 was the heavy tempering group, where some were put in chains at night. You were in Team 3 for 2 weeks before you were sent to S24. S24 was subordinate to S21 and was located at Wat Kdol and included the land from Prey Saw to Chek village. Wat Kdol was totally destroyed under the direction of Hui's group, which reported to Duch. At S24, the work was divided into 3 levels: a land clearing team, a plowing team, and a team raising domestic animals. Those who did not temper themselves well were sent to S21 and never returned. You claim that S24 was a re-education site and S21 was a killing site. You were at S24 until it fell in 1979. You stated that those who had returned from the Kampong Chanang airfield work site were sent to S21 and were all killed. In 1978, you once went for political study at S21, where you met Duch. Duch gave 1 week of training at school outside S21. In those studies, you saw a number of prisoners arrested and taken away. You did not know where they were taken, but later you were told that those people had been sent to S21 and smashed. Question: please describe the conditions and what you encountered while you lived at Bang Kaing Guek. Response: after living at the Independent Monument for 2 months, they removed me for tempering to Bang Kaing Guek, to a place located east of the Kaing Guek killing fields. Before they moved me, my squad leader in the 12th Division, I don't remember the name of the squad leader, had me and all the soldiers make personal stories. The squad leader reported to the platoon leader, and he reported to the division, and later the squad leader called out from a paper the names of those who were to leave. I was at Bang Kaing Guek for about 2 months. Bang Kaing Guek was subordinate to S21. I did not know who was directly in charge at Bang Kaing Guek. At that time, I heard that the regiment reported monthly to Duch. At Bang Kaing Guek, I was in a battalion which had approximately 100 persons to be tempered, all of whom had come from the 121 Division. Those who were being tempered were divided into teams of about 30 people. I frequently saw people arrested there. Those who came to make the arrest came by truck from S21, but I did not know where the trucks parked because it was during the night. I learned of this in 1979 when people who had worked at S21 told me. When they came to make arrests, they called out names for people to come down out of their houses, and they blindfolded them. Those arrested and taken away never returned. I learned through people who whispered to me that those people had been taken and killed. Each time, they arrested from 2 to 4 persons, about 9 or 10 in total. At that location, there were some people in the special tempering unit where they were kept in leg chains at night because they had gone around stealing food during the night. At Bang Kaing Guek, the people being tempered slept in buildings. The team leader slept in front of the entrance to the buildings. People being tempered could walk around the area of the houses, but could not leave the designated area for fear they would be seen and reported to upper echelon. At Bang Kaing Guek, the food was irregular. If the tempering was strong, they ate just 3 scoops of gruel. If the tempering was moderate, they might have rice to eat. Work began at 3 a.m. and including a meeting, continued until 11 a.m. when there was a rest. Eating was done in alternating shifts. Afternoon work began at 2 p.m. and ended at 5 p.m. Night work began at 7 until 12 midnight. There were large meetings which primarily spoke about the striving to work so there would be food to eat, and there were small meetings in each team for criticism and self-criticism. While I was there, a group from S21 came to photograph and get the personal histories of those being tempered. I saw my photo at S21 prison in 1985. Question: after Bang Cheng Aek, were you sent anywhere else? Response: after Bang Cheng Aek, they sent me to Wat Ha, to dig canals. Question: please describe the conditions and what you encountered at Wat Ha. Response: Wat Ha was located adjacent to Presa. I did not enter Presa, but I knew that it was also a tempering site. The area from Wat Ha to Wat Kdol was subordinate to S24, and S24 was a branch of S21. Hoi was S24 chairman. Hoi's office was located between Wat Ha and Wat Kdol, and between the living sites of the male and female youth units. I will stretch the layout for you. The sketch is attached with this record. I saw Hoi almost every day because he came to inspect this area every day. I did not see Duch since I was busy being tempered. There were many workers there, thousands. The people being tempered and the soldiers who came from various groups dug canals. They did not put the people being tempered in chains, but they monitored their activities. The work there was heavy, and there was insufficient food. I did not see them arrest people at Wat Ha, but I heard that people had disappeared. In 1978, I saw 100 soldiers come by truck from the East Zone. They came many times, about 100 soldiers per truck. They stayed at S24 overnight. They were sent to S21. I learned this information through S21 security cadres who told me when we fled after the Vietnamese attacked Phnom Penh in 1979. While they were staying at S24, I met soldiers who were picking sugar palm, and those soldiers asked me where I would be sent next. I answered that I did not know. Those soldiers told me that they had come from the East Zone to draw up personal stories. Question: how did you know that Duch was Hoi's superior? Response: I knew that Duch was Hoi's superior because they announced it during studies and meetings at S21. Those who went to study were unit leaders and model people. I saw Duch and Son Sen come to teach and show about activities of internal enemies and foreign countries. Question. What was Hoi's physical description? Response. Hoi had a large build, tall, dark complexioned, curly haired, and had a mustache. Question. Did you know Hoi's wife? Response. I did not. Question. Do you know if Hoi is alive or if he died? Response. I heard that Hoi was arrested, was sent to S21 and was killed there. Question. Please describe what you saw when you were studying at S21. Response. While studying at S21, I saw them arrest prisoners and drag them across the street to the buildings. All of them were blindfolded and had their arms tied behind their sacks. It was then that I learned dual slang was a prison because someone attending with me whispered it to me. Question. When did you first know Duch?
Response. I knew Duch when I attended the study meetings at S21. I knew him more clearly when I stayed with him in the Krobang Mountains in Posat province after the fall in 1979. Question. Please describe fleeing from S24 after the Vietnamese attacked into Phnom Penh. Response. When the Vietnamese came, S21 security people came to tell us to get ready to run because the Vietnamese were approaching. I walked with them for 3 days before reaching Kampong Trolaj and went to Om Leang and made Tamok in the forest. In the end, I reached the Krobang Mountains, the place where I met Duch. Question. Please describe what you saw at the Krobang Mountains. Response. 6 prisoners, 3 females, 3 males, and 1 child were arrested by Duch subordinates and taken for interrogation after one prisoner made a noise imitating an animal cry similar to the sound of the name of Pol Pot. Duch ordered the arrest and the interrogation and said whether they answered or not to finish it. I saw one prisoner tortured by stuffing a flaming torch in his mouth and cutting his throat. Duch stayed nearby the torture site and he heard the noises of the torture. As for other prisoners, they were probably killed on the mountain. Question. What were Duch's appearance and his character? Response. Duch had a small build. He was a pleasant and friendly person, but firm, and if Duch gave an order, it had to be respected and implemented. This was different from Hoi, who was a mean person. I did not dare look Hoi in the face. Question. Other than Duch and Son Sen, did you know any other leaders? Response. Aside from Duch and Son Sen, I never knew or heard the names of Ieng Sari, Khieu Samphan at all. I only heard the name Pol Pot when I was sent to S24. Question. Do you know if any of your tampering group or any of the other prisoners are still alive? Response. As for the youths who were being tampered, I know a person named Duch who were tampered at S24 like me and is still alive. Now he lives in Po in Chrui Takav Sub-District, Koh Thom District, Kondal Province. An S-21 security cadre named Bu is still alive. Now he lives near Damrei Romil village on the Kampong Spu Kampot border. Some members of the female units are still alive. I don't remember their names and recognize their faces, because this occurred very long time ago. One copy of the written statement was provided to this witness at 1700 hours on 2nd April 2008. After it was read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign and place his thumbprint. The President, after hearing the statement of Ok Bun Sein as read out by the graphier, do the co-prosecutors have any observation to make regarding its content?
Mr. Deville Desmal. Thank you, Mr. President. We think that the testimony is sufficiently clear and we have no submissions in its regard. Thank you.
The President, the civil party lawyers, do you have any observation to make regarding the content of the statement of Ok Bun Sein?
Your Honor, the lawyers for civil parties have no comment on this statement. Thank you.
The President, the Defense Counsel, do you have observations to make regarding the statement of the witness Ok Bun Sein? Kasabut, Mr. President, we, the Defense Counsel, have no objection to the statement of Ok Bun Sein. Thank you. The President, the Chamber now gives the opportunity to the accused to make his observation regarding the statement of Ok Bun Sein as read out by the graphier, that is the 78/7. If you have, you take the floor. The accused, Mr. President, I have never known Ok Bun Sein, and the documents related to Ok Bun Sein only emerged lately. I have not seen any testimony which provide sufficient weight for me to make judgment that Ok Bun Sein was at the rice fields at Preso. At the same time, his testimony that he went to attend a training and met Son Sen was likely to show that he was not there, because Son Sen, when he attended a conference in S21 in 1977 on the 14th of April, I did not gather any components of people who were educated at S21. Only the cadres were instructed to attend. Also, the second point which made me suspicious is the East Group. The soldiers from the East Group were collected and smashed at S21, and they came directly to S21 without going to Preso. The testimony of Comrade Hoi a few days ago really shed light on this point. And the third point regarding the torture and the interrogation after 1979 at Grawang Mountains, were the matters which could never be existed. At that time, there was no longer S21. Everybody fled for their lives. So, both the boss and the subordinates, they fled and they just tried to stay alive and not starve to death. Therefore, in conclusion, the points of the testimony which caused me suspicion on this person, as I just stated to the chamber, that's all my observations at this point. Thank you. The President, now it is time for a break. The chamber will take 17 minutes break and will resume at 3 p.m. The hearing is now adjourned. All right, says the graphic.
The President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. The President, we note that the international co-prosecutor would wish to make any comment. You take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Desmail, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to get back to what I just said previously, which I believe was not completely translated. And I would like to make a request concerning Tai Teng. The relevant paragraphs of the written record of the transport on the site, that is to say, document D48/1, as well as the relevant paragraphs of the written record of the confrontation, which is indexed D52. Well, I would like these paragraphs to be read before the court, since they were not read out this morning. Thank you very much.
The President, what could have been the reason that you did not raise this matter immediately when you were given the floor to make your own observation in relation to the statement, and that the request only is made at this moment?
Pourquoi attendez-vous maintenant pour faire cette demande?
Mr. Desmail, at the end of this morning's session, the parties were asked to provide comments on the two first documents, and then there was the lunch. The court adjourned for lunch, and we thought that the two other documents would be read at the beginning of this afternoon's session, and then we would have the opportunity to present observations on the relevant segments of these written records. Thank you.
The President, after the record of Ms. Peng Kri's statement was read out, then the floor was given to the parties to make observation, and that there was a request that the greffier was asked by the defense counsel, or requested by the defense counsel, to read the statement, and by doing so we can reduce the time to make observation in regarding one particular statement, and that only after the statements have already been read out that we can make the conclusive comments in relation to the read out statement. So please be reminded that the process is followed like this, because we would like to make sure that the proceedings are moving more expeditiously. But we accept your request, and that the greffier is now instructed to read document D48/1 in relation to the portion or paragraphs that related to the testimony of Toi Teng, and then D52 and the related portions of Toi Teng are advised to be read out also. This morning the prosecutor raised this matter, but we now give the opportunity for the statement to be read out. The greffier, document D48/1. This is the record of the interview of the record of the reconstruction conducted before the co-investigating judges of the extraordinary chambers in the court of Cambodia, conducted on the 26th of February 2008 at Kaing Guek, 15 kilometers to the southwest of Phnom Penh in Kandal province. There were the presence of Mr. Kaing Guek Eav and Mr. Kasawut and Francois Roux, and witnesses Ms. Peng Kri, Hum Hoi, Chun Paul and Toi Teng were also present. Paragraph 1. During the roll call, the charged person stated that he knew only Him Hoi among the 4 witnesses. Chun Paul and Toi Teng stated that they never knew the charged person. Paragraph 2. Witnesses Chun Paul and Toi Teng stated that they were returning to Kaing Guek site for the first time. Paragraph 3.3. Witness Toi Teng confirmed that he was assigned to guarding prisoners and that he was present whenever they arrived. Paragraph 4.2. Witness Toi Teng was somewhat disoriented by the changed surroundings, but he did identify the area where the wooded shack stood then. He stated that the generator was near the booth, which is still in place. According to him, the prisoners did not stay in the house for very long before being executed. He explained that he would have a list for recording those who arrived and those to be sent away for execution, so as to make sure that none of them was lost. He estimated that at any given time there were anywhere between 20 to 30 prisoners, but was not quite certain about this. Paragraph 5.3. Witness Tai Ting stated that he was having difficulty identifying exact locations because the trees have since grown much taller. Paragraph 5.4. Close to the location where skeletal remains of children were found, the witnesses all stated that they never saw children at Cheung Ek. Tai Ting, who indicated that he worked at S21 for 5 to 6 months in 1978 until the liberation, remembers seeing women and men arriving, but not children. He added that the women and men were executed and buried at the same place. Paragraph 6.3. Witness Tai Ting stated that he was not aware of the scene described by Him Hoi because he was inside the house. He affirmed that he did not see Duch, but only Comrade Ho. It may very well be that Duch came to Cheung Ek without being seen by him, but he did not hear anyone say that he did. Paragraph 7.7. Tai Ting stated that he was assigned to go to Cheung Ek by Him Hoi, who instructed him, and that his task was to receive incoming prisoners, to dig pits and to bury the pits after the prisoners were executed. After having announced that the detainees were sent to the pits, he said he was in the house and that he did not know much about it. He said that the member of the unit was in charge of execution, and he accepted that he sometimes took charge of the executions, but he explained that this was not a habitual task. After the reenactment, all the participants left the site without incident at 12:15 p.m. without any incidents. An audio and video recording of the reenactment was prepared and copies thereof were sold to the charged person. The original of the report was written in both Khmer and French and was then translated into English. Document D52. This is the record of the confrontation before the co-investigating judges of the extraordinary chambers in the court of Cambodia on the 28th of February 2008 at 9:50 a.m. The defense counsel, Mr. Kasawat and Francois Rouge, the accused, Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch, witnesses Him Hoi, Tai Ting, Chun Pal, Mieh Peng Kri, who already sworn according to the internal rule of the extraordinary chambers in the court of Cambodia, were present. Confrontation. Question. The day before yesterday, you went to Cheung Ek together with us to conduct the reenactment. Do you still maintain or confirm what you already stated earlier? Witness Tai Ting: yes, I still confirm that. Question. Among the people who were present here, does anyone of you know anyone here? Tai Ting: I knew only Miss Peng Kri and Him Hoi. I'm not sure whether I know Duch. Question. Is this the first time that you are returning to Cheung Ek since 1979? Chunpal and Toi Teng, yes. Question. What was your role at Kaing Guek? Response. Toi Teng, it is true, Hui was my chief. Question. Mr. Toi Teng, you said that at Kaing Guek, your group was in charge of digging pits and executing prisoners, and you also took part in the executions, although it was not very often. Do you still confirm your statement? Toi Teng, I still confirm my statement the day before yesterday. Question. When we reached the tree used for the execution of the children, every one of you claimed that you never took part in such execution of the children. So do you maintain this? Toi Teng, I never saw children either. The original of the audio-visual recording was sealed before the charged person and his lawyers and was signed by us, the greffiers, the co-prosecutors, the charged person and his lawyers. A copy of the original audio-visual recording was provided to the charged person. Due to technical reasons, it was not possible to give a copy of the audio-visual recording to each of the persons taking part in the confrontation, and we provided the witnesses and civil parties with a copy of the written record. At 5:05 p.m., we had the greffier read aloud this written record of confrontation as recorded. The written record having been read aloud and heard, the charged person had no objections and agreed to sign. The President, after having heard what has already been read out by the greffier in relation to the response of Toi Teng, do the co-prosecutors wish to make any observation?
Mr. Dismail, I only want to thank you for having given the order to read these segments of the written record, and we do not have any further observations. Thank you.
The President, civil party lawyer, Ms. Duch, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a request concerning the last document that was read out and related to page 4 of this document, where the answer of the witness Tai Teng was read out, but to understand this answer, the answer of witness Him Hui should be read out as well, because the answer of Tai Teng refers directly to the answer by witness Him Hui. This is on page 4, and so it could be better understood what the witness Tai Teng means, and therefore I would like to request you to ask the greffier also to read out this answer by witness Him Hui, starting with regarding my specific role and so on. It's, I would say, in the middle of the page 4. Thank you.
The President, so on page 4, from in which line could you please help the court, and how many lines would you wish the court to ask the greffier to read out the related version? Because if it is not clear, then the decision will not be made precisely as well.
I tried first with the English version, which is on page 4, and from the bottom it is 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth paragraph, answer by witness him Hui, and then in the English version, starting with regarding my specific role, I was the head of the unit. To check this in Khmer, I would need some time. Maybe the greffier is able to check it. Thank you.
The President, if the greffier of the trial chamber is now sure where to begin with, then please read the portion as requested. Greffier, question by the co-investigating judges. What was the role of each of you at Chiang Ek? Answered by witness Him Hui. Regarding my specific role, I was the head of the unit in charge of the transfer of prisoners from S21 to Chiang Ek. Ho designated our group to accomplish this task. Ho ordered me to designate someone to meet and guard the prisoners at Chiang Ek. Tai Teng's group was in charge of that. It was made up of 8 persons and had to dig graves and execute the prisoners. Answered by witness Tai Teng. That is correct. Brother Hui was my superior. President, is there any further remarks by the civil party lawyers after your request has already been granted?
No, there's no further observation from the civil party side.
The defense counsel, would you wish to make any observation in relation to the additional reading of Tai Teng's statement and also the additional portion in relation to the response by witness Him Hui? Would you wish to make such observation? Then the floor is yours. Mr. Kasavut. Thank you, Mr. President. This morning I made my observation already that I agreed with Mr. Hong Kum Soon that this witness had made accurate statement and that he did not see the accused pay a visit to Chiang Ek. It has been clear already that none of the witnesses saw the accused go to Chiang Ek, and that's all, Mr. President. I'm grateful. The President, the accused, would you wish to make any further observation in relation to the additional statements in the record of the confrontation and the reenactment regarding Tai Teng? The accused, Mr. President, I don't have any further observation at the moment. The President, next, Mr. Duch Paris is now instructed to read aloud the record of the interview of Hon Iem, document D28/5.
The graphier documents D28/5. This is the written record of interview of witness Hon Iem, alias Meng, born in 1953. This written record was made on the 29th November 2007 at 8:10 a.m. by the investigators of the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges of the Extraordinary Chambers in the Courts of Cambodia. Question. Could you describe your background before 1975? Response. I would like to say that I was separated from my mother. I joined the army in Regiment 112 of Division 703 in 1975 with Danat as commander. After the liberation of Phnom Penh in 1975, I was in Regiment 112, and later a new regiment, Regiment 142, was formed with Karin alias Rut as commander. At that time, they had me do rice production, and I plowed the rice paddy at O Baik Om. They said that I failed to do a good job, and later they had me do cooking for them. And 3 months later, they had me prepare my biography in Regiment 17 of Division 703, which was opposite the Monivong Hospital. I spent 3 days for biography recording. I did not know much about the person who recorded my biography. Then they had me guard at the Presisawat school, i.e. to guard the senior cadres who were learning there, but I did not know what they learned. I was removed after spending 1 month there. They had me go to guard at the prison outside. It was Dam Peng prison, next to Psat Mai, adjoining the fence of Monivong Hospital, with small and big cells, and surrounded by iron bars. During the 5-year war, they wrote on the wall in fresh blood, Dam Peng is for resistance who were imprisoned. They painted a bright red heart and the name Dam Peng. Those were painted and written on the outside surface. I did not see those with my eyes, told me. I heard people saying that the chief there was the same person, Duch. I spent about 3 months there, and it was about the 17th of April 1975. I guarded there until 1976. Then the prison was moved. They had me moved, and the prisoners were all transferred earlier. The prisoners were blindfolded and handcuffed when they were transferred by trucks. In the next morning, after the transfer of all prisoners, they had us all moved. When we arrived at Duch, we did not see those prisoners. We wondered and asked ourselves if the prisoners disappeared. Then the group chief said that, "You guards, just do your job as guards." 3 days later, it was in 1976, they brought in new prisoners, handcuffed and blindfolded. They were soldiers, cooperative villagers, and Vietnamese. Some of the prisoners spoke Vietnamese, and they did not speak Khmer. I guarded there for about 1 month. Sometimes I gathered inside and sometimes I outside of the fence. There were 12 guards in one platoon and there were 4 guards in one group. My group chief named Jamran, and later he was arrested. And later the group chief Sok was also arrested. I did not know the reason for Jamran's arrest, but Jamran said that when he was on duty, he kept advising his subordinates that, as a guard, we need to exercise our best effort to prevent the prisoners from committing suicide. Sok was a deputy group chief, and later on he was promoted to be group chief, and later he was arrested at about 12 a.m. and I did not know the reason for his arrest. While I gathered inside, when the new prisoners arrived, they asked me, "Ta, do you have any free room?" If the room was available, I was the one who took the prisoners to put them in the room, untied the blindfold, shackled them up, and then took off the handcuffs. I observed that some prisoners with a big build had both legs shackled, and told the prisoners to tell me when they needed to urinate or defecate or when they were thirsty. There were small cells on the first or ground floors. On a daily basis, there was a guard to take his shift at meal times, and when it was my turn, I came back on duty. One shift was in the morning and another in the afternoon. There were the same shifts at night. I had to take 2 shifts, one in daytime and one at night. Question: how did they feed the prisoners? Response: they had the light prisoners cook the rice, raise the pigs, or repair car or trucks based on their skills. Question: what about the prisoners inside? Response: they brought them 2 meals a day, and there was 1 plate of rice and 1 bowl of soup per meal. I did not know whether it was enough because it was set ration. Question: and what about their health? Response: some prisoners got cut on the back and deteriorated after the interrogation. Some were dead in the cell after returning. Some were emaciated. There were both male and female prisoners, but I never saw children in my place. Question: based on your observation, in what year did you see the most prisoners arrive? Response: it was in 1977-1978. I saw that when I was guarding, but I never asked about anything. When it was time to bring out the prisoners, the outsiders handed me the key to unlock the door and deliver the prisoners to them. I did not know whether they were brought for interrogation or where was their destination. Question: as you are illiterate, how did you remember the prisoners to be brought away? Response: for instance, they told to take the prisoner from the small cell or big cell. There was only 1 prisoner in 1 small cell, but there were more prisoners in the big cell. But no mistake was made because the prisoners was taken based on his or her identity number. Question: who was the interrogator you were working with the most often? Response: as the inside guard, I did not know that. When they came to take the prisoners, they contacted the guards at the entrance, and those guards brought me the keys. The entrance guard named Kaing. Later, Kaing was also arrested under the allegation that he had connection with Sok and Jamran. Question: were there many prisoners who were brought out and who never returned? Response: There were many of those who never returned, and most of them were the emancipated prisoners. And there were also many new prisoner arrivals. Question: was there any prisoner who died when he or she was shackled? Response: I saw the prisoners dying every day as a consequence of severe injuries after the interrogation. Sometimes 2 prisoners died per day. About 1 month after the arrest of Kaing, they placed me to guard outside of the prison fence. After spending 1 week there, I fell asleep on duty, and my head leaned over onto the barbed wire. Then my superior, Kaing, arrived and pushed me further into the barbed wire. He said that I was probably from the same string as the enemy. I said to him that, "Brother, I am very sleepy." Then he advised to come down and take a bath, and he guarded for me. After having a bath, I came to take up my duty, and he said that I should be careful and that if I continue to fall asleep, I would be in danger. The inside guard heard that and asked me what happened there. I told him that Brother Kaing arrived when I fell asleep on duty. The inside guard said to be careful with that there. Then I stopped talking to him because I was afraid that my group chief would hear. 1 week later, I was arrested and cuffed, blindfolded, chained, and was the only inmate in one room in the central building. And they had a small boy guard me. The one who arrested me was from the arrest unit. His name is Hui. He was a subordinate who acted under the orders from his upper echelon. They chained me and I was not allowed to talk. I did not know the reason of my arrest, and they deprived me of rice and water for 1 week. The young guard, who named Kaing alias Chok, and he was from Kampong Chnang, from Rolie district, and he sneaked away from his superior's presence and asked me if I was thirsty. I told him, "Nephew, please watch out for your personal safety. Let me become a grandfather." Then he handed me a bowl of drinking water and then inserted a piece of cloth into my cell. He had me drink the water dropping from the cloth in order to leave no trace, and he told me not to tell anyone that he had given me drinking water. If they asked me if I was thirsty, and if they found out that he had given me drinking water, both of us would be killed. 2 days later, he sneaked up nearby and brought me some rice in a plastic bag. He told me to eat rice while lying down, and I also thanked that guard. The next morning, they brought and asked me if I knew about my mistake. I replied that I did not know anything. The last few days, I had fallen asleep on duty, but it was not on purpose, because I was sleepy. Duch was the one who asked me, and he was also arrested. "Did you know anything other than falling asleep?" he asked me. I replied that I only knew how to guard and performed my duty when it was my turn. I ate rice when it was time for meals. They warned me not to do that again, and then I was released. Question: did you have any problem later on? Response: after that, they had me guard outside of the zinc wall at all times. I saw them walking the prisoners in during the night, and they were handcuffed and blindfolded. I saw that every month with an unlimited number, but I did not know where they were brought to. I saw the big chief brother Ho and Hui at Preso, and that Duch was also there. That Duch was always there, and when the prisoners were brought out at night, he told the truck driver that we should know the number of prisoners. I heard Duch telling that to the truck driver by own ears when I was guarding outside of the prison. Those big chiefs returned to their place after the truck left. I saw Duch in a car accompany the truck transporting out the prisoners. When the prisoners were brought in, the special unit walked them inside and delivered to the inside guard. The members of the special unit, including Hui Toj, with that group. The prisoners were handcuffed and blindfolded when they were walked inside. There were young and old prisoners, including women and men, and I did not see any foreign prisoner besides the Yun. The Yun prisoners were in the Vietnamese army uniform with caps. They were handcuffed and were blindfolded. Sometimes I saw 3 or 5 at a time, but in total there were approximately hundreds of them. I saw the interrogator brought the prisoners for interrogation, and some prisoners got injuries when they were brought in. Question: did you ever see a pregnant prisoner? Response: yes, but I never saw children. When she was due to deliver, she told the guard that she was about to give birth, and then the inside guard informed the outside guard, who in turn called the medic to get her for delivery. It was rather often that I saw a female prisoner delivering a baby. Question: were female prisoners detained separately? Response: the female prisoners were detained separately in a big room. They chained a pregnant prisoner by her ankle. A female prisoner was shackled if she tried to create a problem with a guard. Question: how did the prisoner take a bath, change their clothes, or defecate? Response: the guards, including myself, handed over the water hose to the male prisoners so that they could take a bath, take off their clothes, and change their clothes by themselves without taking off their shackles. They had the prisoners defecate into the ammo cases in their cells, and they had the light prisoners collect them once a day. They took off the chains from the female prisoners and had them walk to a separate room. They changed their clothes by themselves. At that time, I kept my eye on them because I was afraid that the prisoners would hang themselves and commit suicide. Question: talking about organizational structure, what was Payne's title? Payne, who pushed your head? Response: Payne was in a regiment under Ho and Duch. Duch was a chairman and Ho was deputy chairman. I did not know about the backgrounds of Ho and Payne. Question: you said that Hui was in the special unit. What was that special unit? Response: the role of the special unit was to arrest. The special unit also went out and arrested people from outside, that is, from the provinces or cooperatives. Hui Toj was in the special unit, but I did not know who other superiors were. Question: at S21, what was its division into units? Response: Unit 22 was the guards unit, Unit 21 was the interrogators unit, and then they created rice farming units. including Hui Thom, who had a different numeric code, and I did not know about anything besides this. Question: when you were guarding inside, did you ever see Duch walking around and looking about? Response: I saw Duch walking around and looking, but I never talked to him. Duch made with pain when a mistake was spotted. Question: did you ever see Duch at a different place? Response: I saw Duch twice at the education sessions, that is, when I attended a political class. They taught us about our country and about how to reconstruct our country into socialism. That is, rice production shall be 3 to 7 tons per hectare of land, and as we all are workers, we should work as hard as the rice farmers. They introduced a slogan which reads, "Diminish the enemy, our parents were also enemies, and they were to be eliminated, and only the good people could be parents." In the education session that I attended, I only saw Peng and Duch, but other people attending other sessions said that Pol Pot, Khieu Samphan, and Nuon Chea were also present and teaching. I heard the students talking about that when they left their class and when I was on my guarding duty. They displayed the photos of Nuon Chea, Khieu Samphan, and Pol Pot with captions right below. Question: talking about management, did Duch have good relationship with Ho? Response: I did not know what happened. They arrested Hui Thom, and later Ho was also arrested and taken out. I saw them walking Ho for interrogation. Question: was the appointment of staff made by Duch or another person? Response: I did not know that. I just knew that he was a supervisor and he never imposed any disciplinary action against me. Based on my recollection, the rules at S21 was that the guard's role is only to guard, refrain from mingling with another person's business, and refrain from talking to other people. Question: were there any disciplinary action against a guard for taking a nap? Response: yes, there were. They were arrested from every unit, including the guard unit, the interrogator unit, and the special unit. There were many of them, and they were taken to be detained in the same prison. Question: did you ever see Duch inflicting torture? Response: I never saw that. Question: do you know any other former staff of S21? Response: I saw Chan Samrain, who is still alive. In the last few years, I met him when I went to do a business in Tasda at the border. He held a rather superior rank. He was with Duch. Pon was also arrested and detained in the same prison. He was white and rather short man. When they walked him, I knew his face very well. Medic Ho was arrested, but I did not know whether Medic Seung was arrested, nor Medic Don is still alive. There was Chen, who was Duch's messenger, but I did not know whether or not he is alive, nor about his birthplace. He was a white and rather thin man. Questioned: where were you at the time when the Vietnamese troops were entering? Response: it was not the time for my guard duty that day. We ran to the west when we heard gunshots, and we spent 2 months to reach Thailand. And we returned to our homeland thanks to the repatriation before UNTAC election. One copy of the written record was provided to this witness. After being read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign. The President, after hearing the testimony of this witness, Im Horn, do the co-prosecutors have any comments or observations to make? Co-prosecutor: Mr. President, the prosecution does not have any observations to make regarding this statement. Questions: the civil party lawyers, do you have any observations to make regarding the statement of Im Horn as read out by the graphier? Hong Kam Soon. Thank you, Mr. President. The civil party lawyers do not have any observations to make regarding this statement. Thank you. Questions: the defense counsel, do you have any observations to make regarding this statement? Counsel Wood. Thank you, Mr. President. The defense counsel do not have any comments or observations to make. The chamber now gives the opportunity to the accused to make his observation regarding the content of the statement of witness Im Horn as read out by the graphier. The statement was provided to the investigators of the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, document D28/5. The accused: Mr. President, before I make my observation regarding Im Horn's statement, I would like to make correction to my word. The S21 conference when Son Sen attended was held on the 27th, not the 14th of April, as I said this morning. And now I would like to make my observations regarding the statement of Im Horn. First, the person was from Prek Krasa, and from people I asked, it was about 2.5 kilometers from Tak Mau. It was in Swai Rolum quarter. So this person said he joined the army. I had a suspicion then, because at that time they would not recruit the displaced people to be part of the army. Secondly, I do not want to talk in details about the PJ prison because it was dismantled, but in testimony it's a bit peculiar. The point is that this Im Horn, alias Meng, said Peng was arrested and imprisoned with the order from the upper echelon, that is from me, because of falling asleep during guarding duty, and that later on he also said he was released, and that was my third observation of his testimony. He also said Comrade Duch, an interrogation cadre of mine, was arrested, and Ho, my deputy, was also arrested, and Pon, the interrogator, whom I trusted the most, was also arrested. In conclusion, the testimony of Im Horn was similar to the testimony of KW31. It made me suspicious that this person is not a member of the S21 staff. And this is a conclusion of my observations, Mr. President. The President, the time is now 4 p.m. and the reading of a statement needs at least half an hour, up to an hour, in addition to the observations by the parties to the proceeding. And we only have 15 minutes for this afternoon session, so it's not going to be worthwhile to read another statement. The Chamber therefore decides to adjourn this afternoon's proceeding, and it will resume tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. Tomorrow also the Chamber will hear a testimony of witness KW29, and for the remaining time the Chamber will have the statements or the records of the interviews of those witnesses whom were decided not to be summoned by the Chamber to be read. So it's likely the statements would be read out in the afternoon session. Security guard takes the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 9 a.m. The hearing is now adjourned. All rise, says the graphier.